I'd like to resume our budget hearing at 9:31 a.m. And it is November 19th. And we welcome our Human Resources Department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Dawn Houston, Deputy Administrator and Director of Administrative Services. And with me today, I have Dana Vachon, our HR Manager, and Cindy Blair, who handles our insurance risk and wellness. We'll also be hearing today from Chris Shaw from the Record Center and also Brian Gallagher with Safety and Dog Shelter. But we'll start off by talking about human resources overall. We may not be going in the same order as your pages are in your book.
Okay.
So if you have questions about those, let us know and maybe we can try to
Sure.
get you on the right page. But quickly, just starting off here, wanted to give you a little bit of an overview for the HR budget. And essentially overall, we are seeing in our request for 2020 a 0.66% increase. We had two positions that basically went unfilled over the course of, or partial course of 2019. We had an HR coordinator position that we're in the midst of hiring. And also, as you know, our Director of Labor and Employee Relations has left, so we did not replace that position. And we're looking to, in 2020, continue with that hiring process of the HR coordinator that we had planned for this year. And then also we're asking for an administrative assistant in human resources, basically because of the things that I'd like to talk about now. With the workload that we have in human resources, you can see that overall our postings and new hires have gone up over the last year, comparing 2018 to year-to-date 2019. We've created 12 new positions under the Board of Commissioners and then 7 that we have worked with under other elected officials. Our orientation participants are actually down a little bit, which is kind of surprising given that the hiring has increased. But that could be due to some elected officials don't always send their employees through our orientation process. And we're actually working on trying to, for consistency purposes, get everybody on board with that. Also, we participated and conducted 32 total investigations. That's not only under the Board of Commissioners, but countywide. And then our trainings obviously have increased quite a bit, and that's one of the things that we are wanting to focus more on in 2020, and will be really the focus of the new HR coordinators charge with us, would be coordinating and developing trainings. So these are all the offices that we have assisted this year alone. And I don't think that there's any office that's not up there, maybe one, and that's the treasurer's office, because as you know, that office has always operated as a well-oiled machine, and not that the others haven't, but that is one area that we may be adding to our list of departments that we have worked with. But I will say, for the last couple of years that we've really tried to get the other offices to utilize our HR services, and we're really seeing an uptick in that happening, which is great. So before we move on to our benefits and wellness, one of the things I wanted to mention in terms of the administrative assistant and need for that, You probably saw in your budget notebook that this person will essentially be assisting us with data entry into our HRIS system, doing quality assurance type activities that are related to our electronic filing system. One of our goals for 2020 is to go totally paperless. We've kind of been in flux with that over the last year or so, and that's going to be a big area that we want to continue to focus on for 2020. This person would also assist us with our new hire processing and doing the postings, the background checks, the employment checks, essentially handling customer service for human resources, and then also coordinating and scheduling trainings for our office. They also would be working with one of our HR coordinators on doing payroll and accounts payable and receivable too. So one of the other areas that we're looking at for 2020 is the addition of a software program called NeoGov, and that would take the place of our applicant tracking system called AppleTrack. NeoGov has been around for many, many years and is specific to government-related agencies and jurisdictions. They're much more user-friendly. It's a much more user-friendly system, and I think it's a really good technological upgrade for us, and it also will increase security in terms of the data that we're collecting on all of our applicants. That is something that will be, I'm going to say, it is worth, in my estimation, it's worth the cost that we're looking at for that. And Dana, the actual amount, do you remember? Yes, $26,000 to add NeoGov. And they have a lot of other functionality that we would probably look at adding in the future, as long as things go well for that. Any questions about?
Is the main plus the security, the added security, or the ease of use, or?
Both.
Okay.
Both. I'd say that they're
Yeah.
probably pretty equal in terms
Okay.
of that. Obviously, security would be number one, but then
Okay.
The user friendliness of the NeoGov system would probably be a close second.
Sure.
We've actually talked with our IT folks, Steve Lewis, and he is definitely supportive the move to NeoGov if it's funded.
Is it easier for the person applying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, not only our offices and departments that are using it to input their open positions, but also for those that are applying for positions.
Oh, okay, too.
We get calls frequently from applicants that have difficulty with the current system that we have, making changes, uploading their resumes and things of that nature. So it would not only help us internally, but also the public when they are.
Oh, great. Yeah.
For our
Yeah.
positions. And as you can see, we have a lot of positions that we post.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
The functionality is gonna, as we grow as a county, the functionality of this system is gonna allow us to create better recruiting practices as well, because it's gonna allow us to flag people that maybe were second choice or third choice, or maybe we find that are more qualified for another position in the county, and so it's gonna create more opportunities for us to recognize people that we don't have now as a tool. And it's also going to create, from a user standpoint, from some of the other elected officials' offices, it's going to create a much greater ease of use.
Oh, okay.
It's very much more user-friendly.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions about any of that? Moving on then to employee benefits. So as you know, I think probably our two biggest accomplishments under our benefits section would be our increase on the wellness participation. and 46% of those that were eligible actually completed the wellness program. We spent a lot of time talking about the wellness program generally, as well as how it would fit into our benefits package. And then finally landed on the tiered rate structure for completers and non-completers overall, which I think is a good way to recognize those that completed, and then hopefully encourage those that didn't to join for 2020's program. The other thing that we added was Employee Navigator, and as you know, that was a software program that came free to us from Preferred Benefits, our local broker, and that system has been a great addition, I think, and will allow employees not only through the course of open enrollment, but also to be able to view their benefits package and anything related to that at any time from any device. So that is a really neat thing. We would often get calls from people not necessarily knowing what benefits they had selected or not necessarily remembering. So this is a way that they can, by logging in, see everything that they have available 24 hours a day. So that really is kind of a neat thing that we have been able to add at no cost to the county or the taxpayers. As you know, we worked quite diligently with Tony Donahue over the 6 months or so prior to our renewal, and a little bit afterwards, and that's something that I would like to continue with in 2020. So we've included some funding for that purpose. And one of the things that I'm hoping to do for 2020 as well is to increase our wellness engagement even further. My goal is by 25%, so we'll see if we are able to attain that goal. I know Cindy has a lot of activities planned and the things that she's keeping in mind to complete over the next year or so. And as you know, we're already in our 2020 program year, so it started the day after the
Yes.
2019 program ended. So here we go. This next year also, we will be working with Preferred Benefits to essentially shop our dental and vision coverage. That goes through 2020. So in 2021, we will be needing to make some decisions as to what we'll do for those benefits that we offer. And I think it's always good to not only look at Preferred Benefits, they do the quotes for us from several different carriers, and we may also want to look at Subco as an option because they do offer those benefits, but it has to be rolled into the health insurance. It wouldn't be voluntary like we currently have it now. So that's part of the reason why we've not used Subco for those two benefit offerings. And then back to Employee Navigator, I think that we'll probably be spending some time looking at some of the other functionality that it offers to see if there are things that we can take advantage of even further. There's some really neat reporting metrics that I found from just our current open enrollment and folks logging in and answering some questions that I think we may want to look at. Such as, for instance, how many smokers we have in the county. That's obviously by self-report, but it was fewer than what I anticipated. So I think for 2020, we'll want to focus some on smoking cessation, and we've actually just added some things to the benefits website related to smoking cessation. So
You said smokers in the county, but smokers are county employees,
yes.
just to clarify.
Yes, exactly. So any questions? the overall increase for the benefits portion is only 1.98% from 2019. And I think that that's not too bad considering that with the wellness computers, we did increase the county's portion of health insurance by a slight margin. So if you don't have any questions, I will move on.
Any questions? No?
All right, the wellness grant really is money that comes to us from SEBCO. We generally will get about $20,000 from SEBCO. So you'll see that in the revenue line item that we're anticipating. And I don't know if you've gotten the actual number from them yet. I don't think so. So that is really yet to be determined, but you know, I think with our efforts that we made with the Wonder Within and the group in Worthington at Bellwell, you know, and continuing to work with them and maybe even bringing in some other outside vendors that we can work with to help with that wellness engagement, I think will be really good. You know, it's sometimes difficult to spend all that money, but I think if we're working on more creative ways of getting out there in front of our employees by using some of these outside vendors, we will also assist with increasing the wellness initiative. All right. Property and casualty. So this was, I think, interesting. So our loss control incentive program, we essentially completed probably for a 10-year period of time. And I think that you'll see overall the difference in the claims costs from 2017 year-to-date to 2019 have really come down. And I think a lot of that is due to the efforts that all of our employees have made, as well as the elected officials and department directors, to increase training and then also awareness when it comes to loss control and errors and omissions. In 2017, we had 2 claims that hit our $100,000 limit, and we had 2 other claims that were $80,000. So that was partially why that number was so much higher. The bonds, Corsa is actually taking over paying the majority of those, so that's why we had a reduction there. And our underground storage tanks have essentially remained the same. Looks like they went down a little bit. We have 9 currently, right? 6. 6 underground storage tanks that we have coverage for. And then our renewal costs, essentially our premium to Corsa had gone up a little bit in 2018. That was due to the addition of the new courthouse. And I believe that with the addition of the new buildings, we may see a little bit of an increase there too, and as those buildings are renovated. But I think overall, claims costs we're doing well. And I think the trainings that we have brought to the county, as well as just the overall awareness and the policies surrounding loss control, we've really worked toward a reduction here, so that's good.
The budgeted amount for 2020 is $800,000. Do you feel like the trend is enough comfort to reduce the amount, or do you think that we should continue to carry? I mean, that to me seems like it could be a conservative amount given the trend, so.
Yes, it could be. It's so unknown. You know, certainly we hope that those costs remain lower, but we could certainly try. And unfortunately, if we do that, we may have to come back if our claims costs do increase to ask for additional funding. But you know, it's worth a shot. I think that if I remember correctly, we've kind of kept those costs at a minimum in terms of the increases overall. 2017, we actually had a 18% reduction from 17 to 18. 18 and 19, we went up 6.4%, and 19 to 20, we came back down just a little bit, 1.65. So.
Yeah, no, it's a crystal ball. You know, when you look at just when you look at budgeting, this is one where you know, I mean, it's one of those where you'd have to figure in the crystal ball what's going on.
Yeah.
But it's good to see the trend, though.
We're keeping the deductible at 100, aren't we? You're
Yes.
changing
And we always look at that and work with Corsa and also Brian Smith, our local agent with SFM, to determine whether or not it would make sense for us to decrease that. But each time we've looked at it, it makes sense to leave it at $100,000. So that's the plan unless something changes.
It does seem conservative, you know, to have $400,000 of claims budgeted, you know, which we haven't seen in years. So, anyway.
There's nothing wrong with coming back to the board,
If the claims increase.
of course. I mean, that's all would be understood. I think it's.
And we do have a 100,000 cap, so that implies, you know, maybe 3 $100,000 claims. 100, in excess of 100,000 claims. And, you know, just, again, I appreciate the caution, but trying to make things balance.
Yes, this would be an area that maybe we could look at that,
Excuse me.
as long as we have the option to come back if we need to.
That's always the case.
Yeah, we'd have to pay the claims, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we do. Let's see if there's anything else here. You know, I think a couple of things, which we'll talk a little bit about when Brian is here, but I think continuing to provide our oversight and awareness and, you know, the risk mitigation services. Brad's not here today because he's up coordinating a defensive driving course that we have going on up at the Willis Building. So those kinds of things will always continue. We actually just did one for the engineer's office for all the engineer highway workers that operate the heavy equipment and machinery. So those types of programs are programs that we're able to offer at no cost to us through Corsa. And
that's great,
always
yeah.
a great part of their program that we definitely take advantage of. That along with the online training that they offer. And then also, you know, the follow-up that Brian and Brad also take part in. Whenever there's an incident, they do follow up to determine essentially what happened. We have folks in other departments that also work with them to do the same, to ensure that we learn from whatever incident it was and can put things in place to ensure that things don't happen again in the future. So, questions?
No, we're seeing good, you know, good downward trends in property and casualty claims and insurance. What?
We don't say that out loud.
Well, yeah. And good, stable trends in healthcare So the work you're doing is clearly paying
Yeah.
off. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting, that's for sure. Okay, where are we here? Workers' comp, just, I think real briefly, we have essentially had workers' comp at 1% of our payroll, for several years, I think ever since we've been self-insured, or at least eight, maybe 10 years. Our overall claims costs have been fairly steady. The increase that you'll see here really surrounds the 3% wage adjustment as well as the 27 pays. And then our premium to the Bureau of Workers' Compensation is based upon the compensation that we pay out, which is 2 years in arrears. So we did have a pretty high compensation cost area in 2018. So that's part of the reason why we've increased this slightly, so that we can ensure that we have enough to pay our premium to the Bureau. But Brad is always analyzing that and crunching numbers to ensure that being self-insured is still good for the county.
Okay.
And I think overall, it definitely has been. He does a great job of overseeing those funds and making sure that we're doing everything that we need to do and keeping on top of any changes that may be coming down the pike. So, other questions with? All right,
Oh,
we will move on to Record Center.
thank you very much.
So, for Record Center, you have in front of you our proposed budget, a org chart, which I want to talk about just a little bit. And I think also the job description that Chris was proposing for the lead technician. So overall, we're looking from 2018 to 19, and then under 2020, for this budget request is 4.52% less than the 2019 budget. And that is partially due to the vault upgrade that we did this year. It was a capital project that is now completed. But Chris has done a great job with operating the Record Center with a fairly small staff. She has 4 technicians that work with her, and I think we have a really great team of folks right now who work very diligently and do a great job. I think probably this group is one of our best groups
Yes.
that we've had
wow.
in a long time, and really are dedicated to what they do and working for the county. So that's great. One of the things that Chris would like to do in 2020 is actually recommend a lead technician. That position would not be backfilled. So the work chart may be a little deceiving in terms of that, but we would essentially operate with 3 technicians and 1 lead. The lead position would actually oversee the assignment of work, work distribution, answer questions from customers, and provide direction and oversight for not only the internal and external customers, but staff as well. I know Chris gets a lot of calls from offices asking questions about what do we do?
Oh, yeah.
with our records. And then also would assist with overseeing the RC2 process, and training overall. I'm not sure if I mentioned that, but we would also be requesting a slight increase for merit for one of the staff members. And like I said, we would not have any capital projects for this year, but there would be 3 new computers that are needed for the record center to function properly with the typewriter and the scanners. And with those new computers, we would need to update the software to Windows 10 to increase the efficiency. And Chris has worked quite a bit with the data center to ensure that everything is working properly, because really everything that they do is electronic. And then also for 2020, we would continue to focus on the 2019 initiatives with assisting townships. That was one of the things that we talked about last year when we were here for the budget process, and that is something that Chris is still interested in working on for 2020. But with that, obviously, will come the need for potentially increased staff that we would then in turn bill back to those jurisdictions.
Boy, that is really needed.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Chris Betts and I will be going out after the first of the year, making appointments and sitting down with the township.
Oh, that's great.
Explaining the importance of it, how can we help you, and just kind of go from there where they need help and how we can be there for them.
Oh,
This is
that's,
something we've talked about 4 or 5 years ago. Is there a recognition on the part of the townships that there needs to be improvements, or do you think before you can solve a problem, you got to recognize there is a problem? Do you think they recognize there's a problem, or?
Yes. I just don't think they have time to take care of it.
Yeah, I think that with their visits to the townships, it probably will bring about those conversations again, and we'll probably see some changes, I think, in 2020 with this initiative.
I think you're going to have to identify 1, 2, or 3 and let them, you tried to be all things to all people, you're not going to, one, you're not going to do it well, but number 2, it's going to get so diluted that nothing will really happen, so.
yeah,
I think it's
priorities.
the 1, 2, or 3 that choose to step forward and say, we want to be first. And I think that's where you have to put your priorities, otherwise you're not going to, we're still going to be talking about this 2 years from now.
Yeah. Well, there may be certain cases in which people don't realize that they should be first. So we can talk about that. Yeah. Thank you, though. That's great. Keep us in the loop on it as your visits, how your visits go, and the implementation. Yeah, thank you.
Any questions about the Record Center? All right,
No, I don't.
we'll move on to the dog shelter.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Chris?
We'd be right if we didn't pass out paper.
That's right. Thank you.
Being official government.
If I could have saved that page.
Oh, yeah.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Brian Gallagher, Director of Safety and Security. I'll go over safety first, safety and security. In front of you, you've got a couple of different pieces of paper. The first one is training that's been conducted at the various departments. The next one, I believe that you have, is the policies or work rules that have been created this year. So there's quite the list of, either general county policies, or for example, one that's kind of in the middle of it is a confined space SOP for the regional sewer district that we just completed working through with that, and they're finalizing those changes. So those two are training and policies. The next piece of paper are a list of goals that we have for the various departments. And then the last one is something I'll cover. It's a job description with the dog shelter. So for safety, for the budget, really not much change from last year. The big change is actually a decrease to where we had appropriated $50,000 for the arc flash study. That's in process right now, and there's no need to do it again next year, so thus the large change in budget for safety and security. Other than that, it's pretty much flat. So I wanted to give a moment for questions on safety or security. I do believe that we're trending in the correct direction, which is good.
I think one of the other things to mention on the security side, Brian has worked quite a bit with Trident and their new supervisor, David Lomax, and the concerns that we've had in the past really are non-existent.
Oh, that's great. Good.
It's really running very
Good.
smoothly.
And David's done an excellent job.
Oh, good,
Yeah, he's done a great addition.
good.
I'm not getting, bi-weekly emails anymore.
I bet, yeah. Yeah. That's wonderful.
Been good. And it's getting close to the winter time, so that's generally when things start riling up. So with some of the changes that we've enacted and with, David's leadership, things are going well.
Well, and I think too, to mention that whenever there have been concerns from staff or the other elected officials in the courthouse or in the Hayes building, they've been addressed and promptly, and things have just gone very, very well. I'm very pleased with how things have improved.
Oh, great. Any questions for Brian?
All right, moving on to the dog shelter. The change in this one is that we would like to promote one of the positions into a supervisor position. The county growth and, the activities, the law enforcement activities that occur, they really need somebody out there day to day that's in a leadership role that'll still report to me, and, I'll have the oversight as far as, the administrative, budgetary, anything big that comes up. But as far as, doing the day-to-day operational stuff, I just don't have, I help where I can, but,
Yeah.
I'm not out there on the streets doing what they do. They need to have somebody that's in, within that confine that is saying, okay, this is what we're gonna concentrate on today.
And we have a supervisor at one time or not?
Yes, we did. We had the,
The dog warden essentially, but
right,
once
but,
Brian moved into the dog warden position, we have not had somebody in a lead role.
so by my job description, as a safety and security director, I have, the dog warden. We used to have somebody out at the site that was the dog warden that did those day-to-day operations. Whenever I took it over, was to kind of, help things move along, get things done more efficiently, and I believe we've done that. But there is nobody out there on a day-to-day that's a supervisor. And that ceased whenever I came into the position that I am now.
How many employees are there?
There's just 4.
How is it staffed then?
There's 4 assistant dog wardens out there.
Okay, like, what are their hours?
They work from 7:30 to 4:30. And somebody works on Saturday and somebody works on Sunday. So the person that works on Sunday is off on Friday, so they get Friday, and so it rotates. So that way, there's somebody that's, on call or there all the time. So there's somebody that's on call so out of the 4, during a week, somebody will be on call from Monday through Friday. Then there's somebody that's on Saturday, and then there's somebody that's on Sunday. And it just rotates through as far as who's doing what. So there will be one person down so out of the 4, there'll only be 3 there on Monday and 3 there on Friday. So out of the 4, so that way the coverage, makes up for the Saturday and the Sunday.
And then after 4:30, is
There's one that's on call.
Okay,
And so the
that's the
911 center, they have a cell phone, they know they're on call. And so if something
Okay.
comes up, the 911 center will call that person and, dispatch them out.
Okay. Is there an average number of dogs, like per month, that you have there?
Well, I don't think the number of dogs is necessarily what really drives the work out of the shelter. Really, it's the law enforcement activities. So if you've got a runner that's going down the road and they're bit, okay, now you've got, a law enforcement activity that's occurring, potentially a court case, all those involvements. The shelter itself, is work, but it's not the major, portion of their job. The major portion of their job, it's basically a law enforcement official.
So how many dogs do we have there?
Actually,
Roughly.
it's gone down quite a bit because we're using rescues, shelters, other
Okay.
locations to try and get them out.
Okay.
It's ranged anywhere from the most we've had in there this year is probably maybe 15 to 20.
Okay.
Ranges anywhere from 3, 4, 5.
Okay,
But we're using other shelters and rescues much more than we have in the past. So we're trying to, we're in the past, we wanted to do everything internal and do everything ourselves. We're trying to build more relationships and do more things as a community instead of just doing everything ourselves.
I took a tour back when I first became commissioner, and we didn't have that many dogs up there then. I'm gonna say 5 or 6.
It
So we
varies
haven't,
It varies from time to time.
so we haven't, the number doesn't seem to have changed based on the numbers you just gave me, so.
Well, in the summertime, it goes up, and then in the wintertime, it goes down. So it's a crapshoot, now it's much more level than what it has been in the past. But in the past, it would be up and down and up and down. So you just,
You mentioned the law enforcement activity takes up the majority of their time. How has that been trending over, the past few years? Are you seeing more of that, less of that, about the
I
same?
think it's been more of it because we're sending them through training. And I think that, the law enforcement entities within the county are seeing that have training, they understand what they're doing, they're more professional. So I believe they're getting utilized more. So, in the past where maybe Powell PD would just handle something themselves, they're calling for the wardens to come in and assist and basically take things over. So that way they can get back to other law enforcement activities.
is there any primary way in which you receive the dogs? I mean, how do they come to the shelter?
Strays that are out, that they get called on, so,
Okay.
the traffic and cell phones, they see a dog out somewhere.
So
they get
strays
called,
that
and
would
they'll go out
be-
and they'll pick up a stray.
Okay, okay.
Those are, it's not that those are decreasing, but, as the county population continues to increase, it's not increasing with the county population. And I think some of that's from the standpoint that I think as time goes on, dogs aren't considered animals like they have been in the past, where they're more part of a family. So I think in the past where somebody may have just, gone along and, tossed an animal, out and just let it go, that's decreasing. Not saying it still doesn't happen, but, the trend you would think would be going like this, but it's not. But we get, give-ups. So where you go into a situation to where there's an issue with a dog or a family member or something like that, they try and negotiate with the person rather than, you know, the easiest thing is for the person to give up the dog. If they can't control it, if they can't, you know, take care of it, those issues, rather than going through the courts, the easiest thing is just to convince them to give up the dog.
Yeah, yeah.
You said law enforcement. When you say law enforcement, you know about somebody, a dog that might bite somebody, those kind of
Right,
issues?
right. So if a dog bit somebody, if, you know, an aggressive nature, anything like that, you know, failure to control, failure to confine, any one of those things is a, you know, law enforcement activity.
And then our assistant dog wardens work with the municipal court when those types of charges need to happen. Which isn't something that they jump to right away. They, like Brian said, want to work with the
It's no different with law.
owner to ensure that things are corrected before charges need to be
You know,
filed.
it's no different what law enforcement does, you know, as far as the Powell Police. If they, you know, or the City of Delaware, you know, if they've got a noise issue somewhere, somebody calls them, rather than, you know, writing somebody a ticket and trying to deal with it that way, they try and work through it. You know, if they have to, they do. But otherwise, they've got other avenues that they try and work with to try and resolve the situation.
I probably should know the answer to this question. The Delaware City, they have their own person that does this, or do we do it
They
for them?
have-
Or
Kind of. They have a community support that, you know, do the parking and that, you know, take care of abandoned vehicles, and one of their activities is dogs. So, or animals, so they handle that stuff, but they really don't have the same training as when it comes to, you know, bites and, you know, if something's serious, you know, it's not the same, and
well, who houses a dog that might be collected in the city? Does that come to us?
It'll
or
come
does-
out to the shelter. So they'll take care of it, you know, if there's a stray that's loose, a lot of times they will get it, and then they'll bring it out to the shelter.
And after-hours calls come to us too.
Well, and you mentioned you work with the other agencies too to find homes.
Right, the
and-
Humane Society, the Animal Health Organization down
Okay.
in Lewis Center, BUPS, that's, you know, north of here. There's several other rescues that
Okay.
we work with.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's good.
And the social media presence for the dogs is amazing.
Oh, yeah, it's great. We'll get, you know, something that comes in, and it'll have 80,000 looks at it. So it's amazing the amount of social media traffic the dog shelter gets. The only entity in the county that I think has more followers and gets more looks is probably the sheriff's office.
Oh,
Other than
my
that,
gosh.
I think the dog shelter is probably number 2. It's amazing.
Oh, my gosh. Brad,
I just want to brag on the dog shelter here a little bit. When I went out to the dog shelter for the first time, they had one dog there. And I said, where are your dogs? Like, is the kennel being cleaned, or, you know, what's going on here? And they're like, no, you know, there's just the Humane Society's picked some up, and others have gone out to rescues and so forth. And this dog shelter, quite frankly, may be one of the best in the state in terms of moving dogs. And that's obviously extremely important from a community relations standpoint. And then in regards to the law enforcement activities, we saw this in Pickaway County as well. There's just an increased specialization in all aspects of government. So in the past, let's face it, the dog warden was effectively someone that went out, grabbed a dog by a noose, threw it in a cage, and called it a day. It's much more than that now. The police officers generally don't have the appropriate equipment to deal with the dogs. They certainly don't have the training to recognize different types of dog emotions, whether it's aggression or fear or whatever. And we certainly saw, once again, with Circleville Police Department, Pickaway County, an increased reliance on the dog shelter to assist them with dog-related activities, law enforcement activities. So, once again, I commend this dog shelter for its work in doing that. It's an extremely highly trained group of individuals. I've been able to get them to work with them a lot closer in regards to the Bixby campus project, and I'm just extremely impressed with them. I just want to brag on them.
boy, thank you for adding that. Thank you. Gosh, congratulations. Good
But
job.
it's not us, it's the,
Okay. Would you relay that? Yeah, yeah.
There was a time where I would get a lot of calls from constituents complaining about something that happened
Uh-huh.
with the dog shelter, and I can't remember the last time I got one of those calls.
Oh, gosh.
Things are
Great.
running very, very well.
And you got Lucy now.
Yes.
yes.
And we have
Actually, that,
Oh.
besides, being a PR, I've watched it, it's amazing. So you go out there and try and catch a dog, and it's just running all over the place. Dan gets Lucy out, the dog comes up, right up next to her.
What were you just saying the other day?
You put, in the go. So what would normally, somebody take, hours, 5 minutes. It's just crazy.
That's great.
Oh, gosh. Other questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brian, for all your work. You have definitely challenging work, safety and security in these days.
Thank you.
Very important. Thank you so much, Don. And everyone else. Okay, let's see our... 10:30, okay, we'll take a quick recess until 10:30. We will resume our November 19th budget session with Prosecutor Melissa Schiffel. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. I cannot present and sit down, so I hope you will just entertain the courtroom attorney side of me as I stand up. The whole feels entirely awkward, but I will feel awkward and disrespectful if I sit
Would you like for us to stand as well?
down. That would be great. No, I'm just kidding. But I think it's physically impossible for me to do both. But again, thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity to present before you. And hopefully you received our memo and were able to review it. But as we, look back to almost 8 months ago when I was sworn in, from the minute I was sworn in, our motto in the office has always been the best is yet to come. And I really think that our big ask in our budget will help us get to there. You guys were all part of that swearing in, and thank you, and I appreciate your guidance as I've waded through these waters the last couple months as well. But our 2020 priorities and goals, first and foremost, include stability and retention of staff, increased services for our clients on the civil side, as well as continuing our prevention education for our community members. In the last 2 years, to give you an idea why stability and retention is the #1 priority for us, is in the last 2 years, the office has lost, and by the time December ends, will lose 10 attorneys and 14 total staff members. To put that into perspective for you, that's nearly half our staff. And a majority of those positions, individuals have left because, or from the criminal division. And so as I reflected in the last 7 months, and even looked at, my career path as a prosecutor, trying to really, dwindle down as to what are the reasons people are leaving the criminal division, I think it boils down to 3 things. Work-life balance with the courtroom and the types of cases they see and the amount of cases they see. Increasing caseloads. We often also have 4 courtrooms running. Each of the judges have a magistrate, so sometimes the judges will be hearing cases and the magistrates at the same time. And then also just the general structure of the criminal division wasn't meeting the demands of the attorneys assigned to the division. And so over the past several months, Nicole and I, along with the chief criminal prosecutor who is leaving us in December, have come up with a different organizational chart than we have used before in the past. We've restructured it using existing staff. We have not hired additional staff, but using existing staff to add an additional attorney in each courtroom. We've also changed the role of the juvenile division and had replaced one of the attorneys with a supervising attorney who can then also take on the management responsibilities for our juvenile division, which are always growing as well, and alleviate that responsibility from the felony staff. You'll also see that we still have a vacancy that will actually occur tomorrow when another attorney leaves within the criminal division. We are searching to replace that person. She was still in my judge shop, so she's going to go work for him, but that's okay. We're happy to see people move on to something better. So the way we've been able to accommodate these changes and replace the attorneys and increase 3 attorneys to the courtroom is we are eliminating the first assistant position that Kyle Moore occupied and using that money to fund those, changing the money to fund those attorneys' positions. We will also have to replace the chief of the criminal division, and that should be relatively soon. We'll hopefully have an announcement about who that will be. Again, I've already talked about the change to our juvenile division that will eliminate the need for a felony assistant prosecutor to help in many of those cases. We also redistributed the division of labor from our grand jury prosecutors, who were really the ones that would look at all of the cases come in. So when we had 750 cases indicted, these 2 prosecutors were the ones deciding whether or not to indict all of those cases. And we redistributed that work to allow the grand jury prosecutor to focus mainly on the serious investigations that come through the office. And we've redistributed, most of the cases to the existing courtroom attorneys. I also review cases as well as the chief criminal prosecutor. And then we're just initiating general team building activities in the office to kind of create that familial atmosphere that hasn't, I don't want to say it's been lost, but it's definitely hard to find sometimes when we've had that much transition in 2 years. So on December 2nd, we're actually having our first all-staff meeting
Prosecutor Schiffel, could you move your mic like over? Yeah, it was put over there. Perfect. Yeah, thank you. I want to make sure, because we're on audio, the people can hear you.
Okay,
Thank you.
As we turn to our second priority, it's increasing the services for our civil clients. As you know, we serve 19 townships and approximately 30 civil clients as well. As we've looked to the last 7 months, how can we better enhance the relationships? I've had the opportunity to meet regularly with many of these civil clients, and everybody is very thankful for the work that the office does and providing it at no cost. We can be more efficient and we can be better in our responses and increasing the timeliness of that. And so that is why that is one of our goals. I think the best way to elevate us to be able to meet those efficiency and timeliness goals is a comprehensive case management software. And we have looked and met with several, 3 vendors. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later on. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but we're a medium-sized law firm, and giving us the technology and the equipment that we need to operate as such and to meet the demands, especially of our civil clients, is something that we are asking for in this budget. Also, as many of you know, we have agreed to represent the Delaware County Finance Authority. It's very important to me, why the contract hasn't been signed. It's very important to me that we do that at no cost. I want the Finance Authority to be able to use the money that they have to invest in the county, and we should be able to offer that at no cost to them like we do our other civil clients.
Thank you very much for taking that on.
Yeah, I want to thank you as well.
Yes.
Happy to do that. Mark Fowler is very excited. He's kind of weird in that way, but he's really excited to get involved in that. Sorry, Mark, if you're watching, but
Oh, good. Oh, that's
he will do a
great.
great job, and he has earned the respect of everybody on the
Yes.
authority already. So he's a perfect fit.
That's a rapidly growing, very busy organization that needs that legal expertise and guidance, so thank you for doing that.
Yes, thank you so much.
Now, they're reimbursing you, correct, or?
No, my position is they are not to pay us, but
Okay.
they have not signed the contract. And while I've had individual conversations with people saying, look, we're willing to do it for free like we do our civil clients, I know there are some board members who feel like they should compensate us at something, but my position is no. The contract hasn't been signed, so I can't report to you what it would be, but it would not be anything extravagant is my understanding. Maybe $1, maybe $500 a month, but again, I'm happy to do it for free.
Thank you so much for doing it.
That's really helpful.
Thank
That
you.
They need legal support, so that's good.
And as many, since the election last week, we've had new leadership in our 3 largest townships. So I can foresee an opportunity where we will be able to better serve them and create a different legal relationship that may be existing right now, help them decrease some of their outside counsel costs.
Yes.
We won't know what that looks like until January, though. But it is something we are planning ahead for and want to be prepared that we can offer that level of client service if they request it from
Are
us.
people reaching out to you, or you just anticipate they may, or?
Yeah, they've actually already talked to 2 newly elected trustees about sitting down in January and just kind of discussing where do we go from here? What kind of legal relationship do you want? What can we offer? And, I think it's also important for us to establish boundaries as well so people can understand what we do and how we represent the township, because sometimes there are misconceptions, but I'm confident we'll be able to all work together to find that relationship that's going to work best for the townships and for our office.
Boy,
And I think that's we're very supportive of shared services, and that's an element of shared services, so I think it's great. And I was going to ask you about where are the boundaries, because I get a lot of questions from township officials about, using your services, but I'm not real clear on what you can provide versus what you don't provide.
So I think the biggest misconception is that we represent the public in the townships, and we do not. We represent the Board of Trustees and the fiscal officers and the zoning commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals. So in that vein, if a member of the public has a complaint, again, we have to rely on our statutory authority to represent the Board of Trustees and the fiscal officer and zoning. So we cannot provide private legal advice to citizens. We can only provide legal advice to the boards of trustees, fiscal officers, et cetera. And we are required to represent them and defend them. Now, they have the opportunity to seek outside counsel if they want to do that. And sometimes, just by the nature of our relationship with other civil clients, we might often have a conflict. I think that we'll be able to reduce that as we go forward in creating new relationships. But that's generally where the misconception is that we represent the public, and we do not.
There have been situations where, and I'm not going to be specific, but where a township and the county may be involved in something, and prosecutor's office says they can't represent either one because they represent both.
Right.
That always seems like a very awkward and it's frustrating to everybody. So you're working on that, or at least evaluating that?
Yeah, and it comes back to the rules of professional conduct that we have as attorneys. Don't allow us to give legal advice to one client that could be detrimental to another client. So that's where really the tug of war can be, and if that situation arises, that's why we have a conflict, and often we have to recuse ourselves.
I think one of the things with new trustees, and even trustees who have been in office for a little while, is that, and I know of instances where it's happened, where you have one trustee call up the prosecutor's office. And like you said, you represent the board of trustees, so you know that the whole process of how if a trustee wants to find out something, then they have to go to the administrator or discuss it in session, whatever. But, you know, you can't have the Lone Rangers going off, but they will unless they know what to do. So that is something that definitely has occurred in the past. So that's great, reaching out like you are. Thank you.
I'm proud to say that as of last week, I have been able to visit all 19 townships at their meetings. They all like to meet on the same night, Mondays and Tuesdays.
Oh, yeah.
So it took me a little while, but I finally finished it up last week with Brown Township. And
Gee, oh, that's great. Thank you.
these are just some pictures of the things that we've done. As you know, we did our township training this past weekend. We do this specific general training every other year. Next year is when we will put on the public records training that township officials and other elected officials need to have by statute. We also did a couple new things this year as well. As soon as I was appointed, Orange Township was happy to host us a meet and greet with township officials, which was well attended. I think we did that maybe the second or third week in April after I was appointed, just so people could put a face with a name and understand who the new prosecutor was. But we also are trying to respond to issues that we see with clients before they become, a really big issue. And something that we saw a couple months ago was just people needed a refresher in, basically round robin communication, how you can't do that when you're a board. Also, what does it mean to have an open meeting? When do you go into executive session? And so we had an open meetings training maybe 2 months ago and opened it up to the public and our clients, and it was pretty well attended to. We just held it in the JFS conference room. But also there were members from different villages and stuff that wanted to come and hear what we had to say about that. So I did include a couple statistics, but I think you all, as commissioners, know how fast the county is growing. In turn, that means our criminal cases are going to grow, but we're lucky to live in a county that is relatively safe, so I don't expect hopefully, hundreds and hundreds of more cases coming through our criminal courts. But I will say, I don't, and transparency, for the sake of transparency, I don't think we should use 2019 as a guide for the criminal cases in the next 1 to 2 years.
Is that 2019 projected for the entire year or just through October?
It's just through October, the end of October.
So it looks like the civil cases are actually down then.
For our
Projecting
office. And that's just through the end of October.
Right.
But Eric took some of them, so that would explain why our office numbers are down.
It's also, this kind of plays into the case management request. It's a little subjective the way that we open civil cases now and say, yeah, we are gonna, it doesn't accurately keep track of what our civil attorneys are doing. And it's hard as a manager to say, what Vince Villio did for 8 hours, because a lot of times they're on client conference calls or they are having client meetings. And some things that could be taken place through a portal system like we're looking at with the civil clients. But it's not captured in what they do right now.
What are some examples of some of your civil cases?
So let's say, a township needs a resolution to approve a contract. We'll often prepare a resolution for them to read into the record.
Okay.
That's pretty basic. Reviewing contracts for our civil clients. That includes Board of Developmental Disabilities, General Health District, Sheriff's
okay.
Office. A lot of what we do are public records requests for all of our civil clients. You can imagine how fun that was during the election season. It's very time-consuming and tedious, but it is very, very important that we get that part right. And they take great pride in responding to those public records requests very quickly. It's almost like we'll drop everything to make sure this gets done to serve the public. What are some other good examples I'm blanking on?
Townships, they have an array of, either they want to know how to handle a situation, whether it be a zoning situation, and that could just be one case, and that could take upwards of numerous weeks, and hours per day, but that would only be, as one case opened. We also have complaints in townships where it may not be something that our office is handling because obviously we are not allowed to. So that's not going to be a case that's necessarily like counted.
We're still
but it's
devoting time to
right.
it.
We're still devoting time and going
Sure.
back and forth and explaining why
Sure,
we have to.
sure.
We're not able to handle that situation, and that could be a lot of time as well. There are definitely a few of our civil clients that take
Okay.
a majority of the time, up to
Okay.
30 hours a week. And that would be, that township.
Were you involved in, there was a recent zoning case I know in Genoa, I believe it was settled. Were you involved in that?
Our office does represent Genoa Township.
Right, okay. Thank you. Great, thanks.
So just, you can see 2019 criminal cases were already well above 900, but we've made a real effort in the office to get through some cases that were existing when I came on board. So I don't know, she's probably gonna be mad at me for saying this, but I don't know that that's an accurate number for what 2020 is going to hold. Honestly, I think it'll probably be less than that because we are, getting through our cases much quicker now that we're considering. And also, if you recall too, there's Senate Bill 3, which is currently being considered in the legislature, and that is trying to take lower level felony drug possessions and making them unclassified misdemeanors.
That's right,
But
yes.
if I understand it the way that the law is written now, that would still be our responsibility in common pleas court. However, everybody says, the Prosecuting Attorneys Association and other individuals you talk to, that law is going to be greatly changed between now and the end of the year. But it was the Senate President who came out last week very strongly and said publicly he wanted this done by the end of the year. So I anticipate there will be some changes with that. We'll be able to handle whatever those changes are, if we can pass them down the hill or keep them, either way we'll handle it. But that
Sure.
is something that will impact the case numbers next year as well. And our final goal is to continue the prevention and education in our community that Carol O'Brien was so wonderful at. And forming those own partnerships with myself and creating the messages that our community wants to hear and needs to hear. We still have our victim services unit, which you probably noticed in our budget. Our federal funding for that did get cut by 7%, and that was across the United States. I don't know why, but we did provide to maintain that level of service and make up that 7% within our own budget request. And continuing to partner with our local law enforcement. One program that we're particularly passionate about that's in its second year is the Reduced Teen Crash Program. It's something that started last year with the General Health District and the Ohio State Highway Patrol. Most of the teen fatalities in this county were the result of car accidents. So those two entities came together and created this program that actually won a national award. And they get all the credit for it, but I'm so excited to be a partner with them, as is our sheriff's office. I got to go to Liberty High School last week or the week before, I don't remember, at their lunch break and spend time with those kids and see kind of the activities they're doing. It's an incentive and reward, based program, but the response specifically at Liberty has been overwhelming. and they have a pretty engaging parent group as well. And that's some of our goals in that program moving forward, is to get the other parent groups just as engaged as that one. Our victim services also does Walk a Mile Horseshoes, which is the first Friday in May. And my husband would probably be embarrassed if he knew that picture was up there, but that's okay. But the point of it is to raise awareness about sexualized violence. And it is something that's been going on for several years. It's a partner of all the victim advocates in the county, including ours, as well as those with the sheriff's office. And this is the Reduced Teen Crash Program I told you a little bit about. There we go. Additional speaking engagements, Commissioner Merrill will probably never forget when I spilt my water all over at Rotary. But notice, do you see where it's at right now?
You get away from it.
Far away from me. But it's so important to get out there and get the message to the public and these service groups of what the prosecutor's office does. And yes, we are fighting the bad guys and putting them in prison, but it is about so much more for that, more than that for our office. And hopefully you've noticed our top cop recognitions. That was, I think, started by General Yost or Carol, I don't remember. Started by Carol. We're continuing to do that. And last month we recognized these 2 sheriff's deputies on the end for their work on a domestic violence case. And honestly, if it had not been for their law enforcement work at the scene, that case would not have resulted in a conviction. So we were happy to honor them and bring them on board. It actually was a surprise for one of them, who thought he was coming for like a disciplinary meeting or something in our office, and then here he gets presented with this award. So it was great, and his entire shift was able to come and offer support. So in sum, the best is yet to come, and we have made those structural changes that represent our #1 goal of stability and retention, and we're going to take 2020 to evaluate those changes and make sure that they're working as well as I think that they can. The office-wide case management software, we have been evaluating these with an eye towards our civil clients and increasing those relationships. But the criminal side can also benefit from it. It can streamline the way grand jury is done. It can streamline subpoenas. It can also integrate with law enforcement, which means hopefully we can get rid of CDs, numerous papers that come through, because right now law enforcement burns things to a CD. They bring it over to us. We have to then burn it for the defense attorney. But with a case management software, especially with the one that the 911 board and the sheriff's office and all of law enforcement in Delaware County is looking to use, it will be able to be exchanged electronically. And we know that the case management softwares that we've been looking at will integrate with the Tyler program once that is finalized as well. The management tools that exist in a case management software simply don't exist right now. And as a manager and one that wants to ensure that we're responsive to our civil clients, as well as making sure that the work and life balance continues to meet our #1 goal, the management tools and reports that it can generate are invaluable. And an example of that would be, we all know that, we'll say, I'm going to use a fake name, Smith Township is one of our largest townships. But when you look and you compare what the case files are that are opened, you might not think that. But the management software and the reports will say, here is why Smith Township is so large, because this attorney spent 3 hours on the phone with them that day. This attorney went to 2 zoning meetings in a matter of 3 weeks. They had to respond to these many contracts. They had to review these public records requests. And that organization doesn't exist at the level that I would like to see it for a medium-sized law firm. And that's why we are requesting an appropriation for that software. I would point out too that at least the one that seems to be the front runner of management software is being used by 44 or 45 other counties already. And I think that speaks very highly of the fact that it must work well, or 45 other counties wouldn't use it, including the Attorney General's office as well. And then continuing our team building and appreciation of our staff. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Questions?
I really had, that was good
Great
presentation.
presentation, boy.
Yeah, obviously the case management software is big. It's a big budget item and so on, so we'll just need to work on that and keep that cost as low as we can, because that's a lot of money. But it sounds like you really need it, so we need to do something. I mean, you know, again, you're in transition, you're still working through the changes and catching up on some things and so on, so, you know, the numbers really seem to fit. Just need to work on the case management software. No other questions, really, from me.
Okay.
I have no questions. I think one of the assets you bring to the table is your administrative skills, and we always want to do it more efficiently, and my belief is some of the things you're suggesting will help make you more efficient.
Do you have you, you've had some turnover, have you had problems recruiting? Or have you been able to find good candidates?
We found good candidates. It's, the economy's great right now.
Yeah.
So attracting people to the public sector as a lawyer is difficult at times. This is probably the most difficult time in my career when I've been hiring, but we have attracted wonderful prosecutors who've joined the office. But our focus too, and so it might be a little self-imposed difficulty, as we consider stability and retention. My number one thing that I'm looking for is someone whose values align with our office, someone who wants to be there and who wants to be a prosecutor. And oftentimes you can find people who just want a new job, or they think, oh, Delaware County is a great place to work, I'm going to get paid $1 million. And that really comes out in an interview. So we are very patient, and we take our time to make sure the right person is chosen. And I think the best example of that is the most recent addition to our civil division, Tyler Lane. He is just a shining star, and I'm excited to see how he's going to rise up through the ranks in our civil division. He was well worth the 3-4 month wait.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. I'd just like to congratulate you, prosecutor, on the job that you're doing, and Nicole is always a shining star, and her administrative skills are quite great, and she does you do a wonderful job, Nicole. Thank you. And gosh, I mean, your purview is very broad and many challenges, but as Commissioner Merrill pointed out too, you are also putting your former administrative skills to work here, and you're doing a terrific job.
Thank you.
As well on the administrative side as well as the prosecutorial side. So thank you very much. It was a great presentation. I have no questions.
Thank you.
All right. And we will be recessed until 1 o'clock. We will, yes.
You guys are going to see Jeff's handiwork in these slides coming up.
All right, welcome everyone to the resumption of our budget hearings, and we have with us this afternoon our regional sewer. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioners. I probably need to introduce everyone, correct? So,
Sure.
Tiffany Mag, Director of Environmental Services. Along with me, I have Regina DeWitt, and Gina is our, what is your title again?
Oh,
Imagine why I can't remember that.
True, man.
Jeff Hall is,
Multitasking.
Jeff Hall is one of our operations superintendents, along with Corey Smith is our other operations superintendent, and Eric McPeak is the Deputy Director of Operations.
great.
So with that, we'll
Thank
get
you.
started. Talking about the last year in review, I'm going to spend a little bit of extra time on this slide because, you know, there are a lot of numbers. I know we like to kind of go through these in detail every year. The first kind of group up there is, how do I get the laser pointer? There we go. The first group is all the revenues that we had in 2019, broken down by what we budgeted, the actuals that we're forecasting from the current data, and then what the difference is in those numbers. So as far as the capacity fees, we budgeted $6.325 million for 2019. We actually just got a gift this morning from Schottensteins when they emailed and asked if they could pay their capacity fees for Liberty Summit before the end of the year, which is $1.6 million. So yesterday this said $5 million, today it says $6.3 million.
Oh
So-
my gosh.
So we do forecast that we will be pretty much meeting our budget by the end of this year because of that apartment complex.
Your 3.5 tap fees from being right on budget.
Right, and I figured it looked good to be just a little under, right? But, so as far as where we're at currently this year, though, things were a little bit slower. We did previously have a lower number in there before that email that we got today. And that was because currently we've had 592 ERUs tap in this year through October. As of the same time period last year, we were at 800 ERUs. So we were a little over 200 ERUs low for the same time period as what we were last year.
Is there anything unusual in 18's numbers, like a big project coming online or something?
I don't know that we had any large projects last year. The thing that was a little bit different, though, is that for the same time period, we only had 20 plan sets that were approved by this time last year. Currently, we have 33. So we are anticipating that next year will be higher again. So we also have a couple apartment complexes that will be planned to connect in next year as well, thinking that our budget, you know, we may even surpass what we budget for next year. So the second number, inspection fees, as you recall, we do not reimburse those inspection fees any longer. We keep that. I'm going to show you in a couple slides what that number has looked like over the last couple years. But we did make a little bit more than what we had budgeted for 2019. And then same thing with the plan review fees. We did have, you know, a larger number of plan reviews come through this year than we did last year, and we're a little bit above that budgeted number. And then the user fees, you know, this is just a little bit above what we budgeted for the year. And then other sources, you'll see that there this is a bigger number of than what we had originally anticipated. And the reason for that is because the Home Road project, we had anticipated that we would receive $800,000 back from that TIF this year, and that has since been postponed. So eventually that will come in, but it's not reflected in this number. We're actually going to budget that in a couple years because we know it's going to take a little bit longer to get that back reimbursed.
Tiffany, I think the county engineer is taking us, I think it was $700,000 for road.
2019, correct. And then the other piece of that number is Clark-Shaw. I think things are developing a little bit slower out there than what Metro had originally anticipated. That accounts for $300,000 of that number. And then as far as the services and charges, you can see here that we were almost $750,000 low on that number this year, and that is because of that Clark-Shaw reimbursement of $300,000 that comes in as a revenue and is paid out as an expense. So that's where that number is. As well as the inspection fees that we no longer reimburse. There's $100,000 that we had budgeted to be paying back to developers that we did not have to pay back this year. So there's that number as well. So that's $400,000 of that number. And then the remaining is mostly utilities at our treatment plants were lower because of some operational efficiencies that we were able to achieve this year. And then materials and supplies, you can see we're about $375,000 lower on that number. That is because of just savings in our general supplies as well as our treatment plant chemicals, once again, because of operational efficiencies. And then salaries and benefits, we have the star down here at the bottom. We did have some vacancies that accounted for a lot of this savings. We had 2 collection system technicians, 1 electronic maintenance technician, also an admin assistant 1 and a staff engineer 1 throughout the course of the year that were not filled, a couple that we're still trying to fill, and a couple that we have filled. So we also budgeted a couple of retirement payouts for guys that are still working here. Any questions on any of those numbers?
On the inspection, I know when we changed that to not refund it, it always felt like when we'd send the checks out after the project was over, the developer didn't even realize they were getting it. Has there been any negative feedback on that, or do they not even know that it's changed?
No, and because of the amount of additional work we're doing at the end of the project, I think that they feel like they're getting the value, which I'll talk about in a couple slides. So moving on to our 2020 budget, kind of keeping these same columns, but then adding in this third column here for what we're budgeting for next year. The first one is the capacity fee. So as I mentioned, we did see a higher number of plan reviews this year. So we did keep right on track with what we were previously estimating. I think it's 694 taps, correct, Gina? For next year. Another important item in that number is there are a couple apartment complexes, I'll show you on the next slide, that will probably account for a couple $1 million of tap fees next year. And then the next one, inspection fees. This is basically just coming right out of our financial model and continuing that 3% increase and not reimbursing back. So that number is pretty steady with what we've been seeing. Plan review fees, same thing, just a slight increase from where we were last year in the budget. And then the user fees, those are increasing from $34 to $35.10 per month next year. So that's why you see the increase in that number, in addition to the new connections that we anticipate to go online. And then the other sources, this number is down from last year because of that home road TIF reimbursement not being in there next year. And it did go actually up a little bit the other way because of the Clark-Shaw reimbursements. Metro is anticipating $600,000 in tap fees to go into this number that would then be paid back out to them through the services and charges number. So that's it for the total revenues, just over 25 million, where last year we were a little under 25 million in the budget.
Just a comment, user fees, we did those a few years out. When is the last year of that increase before we'll have to address that again?
What year is it?
2024.
So we go up to $39. So this year it's 35 and change, then 36, 37, 38, and then we end on a flat 39 per month. So then the operating expenses, first one, service and charges. As you can see there, that does include that Clark-Shaw reimbursement of $600,000. Assuming that they start kind of picking up the pace, we would see that number next year. Materials and supplies, this number is actually down a little bit from what we budgeted last year. And that's because, I think you guys will remember last year, we combined all those org keys for the package plants into one because we felt like there was over budgeting occurring with the 7 different package plants, each having their own, incidental budgets for supplies and different things like that. So we did realize that savings this year in the budget and didn't need to, put as high of a number in there for next year. So I think this did its job. And then salaries and benefits, this is up a little bit for next year. One of the reasons is because there's 27 pays. I'm sure you've heard that in multiple other budget hearings. That accounts for about $190,000 of that number, which is 2% of that increase. The other 3% of the increase is for a couple new positions, and it is right in line with our financial model and what we had planned to do for this year. Any questions on any of those?
It seems like your salaries, if you're spending 5.5 million this year, and you're going up to 6.4, that's,
A lot of that is because of the vacancies that we had,
yeah, so you're basically budgeting full staff.
right?
Okay, so you'll probably be low, because you'll have some vacancies, it's just inevitable.
You know, I would anticipate us to finish next year less than 6.2, just because vacancies always occur and they're tough to fill. So that would be what I would anticipate happening.
Is the Clarksville area really slow to develop?
That's what we're seeing. We ask Metro to update that spreadsheet every year in October before we start budgeting. So they updated it for last year's numbers, which were much lower, but then still gave us a pretty heavy budget for next year, assuming that they're anticipating things to pick up. Any other questions? Okay. All right, so then as far as the revenues, I've kind of talked about some of this stuff on this slide. So as you can see here, forecasting to be pretty much right at our budget for 2019, and then continuing on with that same number of new taps as we budgeted for 2019, 695, and then, you know, also the user fees as well. So you can kind of see how those numbers stack up over the years. We are budgeting the same growth as last year. I already mentioned about the plan sets being one of the reasons why, because we do anticipate additional connections next year. This was kind of an important number to note. We also had over $700,000 in tap fee credits in 2019. So this number would have actually been over $7 million. Comparatively, last year we had $300,000 in tap fee credits. Also, Clarksville, what I've been mentioning, they had 122 less connections than they originally anticipated for last year, or 2019, sorry. And then Liberty Summit, you know, just this morning mentioned that they wanted to pay their tap fees in December, so that's $1.6 million. Capacity fees do increase in January, on January 1st of 2020 to go to $8,100. And then also we have Orange Grand, which is on the New Home Road project, 290 unit apartment complex that will likely tap next year in 2020. So you'll see this one here is 1.6, so we'll be a little higher than that with just the one apartment complex. So moving on to talk about some of the increases to our expenses. As you mentioned, of course, the staffing, you know, that's one of the numbers that we really want to dive into a little bit. We have 3 vacant positions currently, 2 collections techs and 1 EMT1. The EMTs seem to be one of the most difficult positions for us to hire because of the skill set that requires. So hopefully we'll find someone to fill that position in the near future. You know, also the collections techs, they now perform those tasks at the end of the development projects, which include going out and running the CCTV equipment through the lines before we'll accept the sewers, as well as performing manhole inspections on every manhole. This was a task that we previously did not perform, and that's why we're keeping that developer reimbursement of those inspection fees to perform these tasks. And you can see down here what that looks like as far as revenue is concerned. 2016, we were returning about $140,000 to $160,000 through, you know, the last 3 or so years. This year we haven't returned anything, so you can see that that's an additional roughly $150,000 a year that we're able to use to fund that work. And then also we're budgeting for 2 new positions next year. One is a lab manager. With the amount of work that we have, the amount of treatment plants that we have, we really would like to start to focus on beefing up our skills in the lab department and being able to actually have a manager versus send all of those labs out to a contract lab at Alloway. So that's something that we'll maybe look for mid-year. I think we budgeted for like half of the year for that position.
Could you explain the inspection fees returned? that means?
So previously, at the completion of, what we did was we would get a check from a developer for 8.5% of the construction cost, and we would use that money to staff, to basically send an inspector out, and we would charge the developer $75 per hour that inspector was on site. So at the completion of, let's say we got $10,000, you know, for a small subdivision to do inspections. Well, we would track every hour that we had an inspector on site. At the completion, we would tally up that number of hours and just cut them a check back for whatever we didn't use as an hour on site.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're basically saying the fees are 8.5%, because you're not
Right.
going to be reimbursed.
Yes,
Did we go with 8% or was it 8.5?
it's 8.5.
It's still 8.5.
So instead of giving them a $2,000 check back at the end of
Okay.
that project, we now go out and CCTV and inspect the manholes and give them a punch list of what they need to complete, so everyone gets a better product. You know, they don't
Okay.
have to go do this work on their own, we do it for them, but we're able to also get what we want out of the project and make sure that everything is completed as we want it to be.
They'd pay somebody else to do that service,
Right.
so they'd probably come out
Right,
well off or better.
yes.
Oh, great, thank you.
So then the other position is the package plant operator. We are looking to add one package plant operator for next year to that staff. We will talk a little bit on the next slide about the savings in the contracted and capital improvement projects, when we have some pretty good numbers to share on those projects. Another item that's new for next year is our software licenses. We're looking at purchasing Procore construction administration software. You'll see with the number of construction projects that we're about to have start in the next couple years, this is going to be critical that we have a good system to help keep track of all the submittals that we're going to be receiving, because we'll have hundreds of submittals on a single project with some of the large-scale projects that we'll have going on. Also, the vehicle leases, you know, of course, this is something that was new last year and continuing forward this year. And that, I think, includes 4 new vehicles plus a new crane truck, I believe, in that number, in addition to what we already have currently. A new dump truck. This is for us to haul sludge between our package plants, hauling it out of our package plants and over to Lower Scioto, where we'll have a centrifuge and sludge storage. Currently, we have a dump truck that I believe we got when the county engineer no longer deemed it roadworthy a few years ago.
Roadworthy.
So it's beyond its
Yeah.
useful life. Also, parts and asset inventory, we continue to stock up that inventory, spending about $40,000 to $50,000 a year, and we're kind of getting to the point where things are getting pretty well stocked, and we'll kind of continue over the next couple years. And then also the central cost allocation. This was something that is new for this year, because we had previously, that number was waived for us for a few years for the Nelson Farms contribution, but next year that no longer holds true, so.
What is that? Is that overhead from somewhere?
It's-
Do you know
it's-
what, I try
It's
to,
kind of like what JFS, how you do it's to spread costs to pay the county back for them being housed in, that's their Channing Street rent.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were asking what the Nelson Farms contribution was.
No, the
Yeah,
central
this is,
cost
so this is our
allocation.
portion of using IT and
Oh,
HR
so it's-
and,
I'm not
Overhead
included in that, right?
I believe that fee was, we were taking that fee as a credit for 3 or 4 years because of the Liberty Project, is that correct?
that was my understanding, but I thought someone
And
here.
so
I would
apparently
know
it's
better.
now expiring.
Right,
So then now they're starting to charge again. They used to charge, and there was a credit during that. That was our contribution, as I recall, or something.
that makes sense, I figured you may know.
And then,
The Liberty, how does the Liberty thing come into play with the overhead?
I
think it's
think the
because you
county must
can't-
have paid something instead of the sewer district.
the sewer extension over to Liberty.
Right. Yeah. So anyways, either
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
we had previously paid
I don't
that,
know why we're getting
you know,
credit.
forever, and now it's back on our
Yeah.
books, so it's an increase. And then as far as budget reductions, you know, it's always nice to kind of show that this bioxide that we use at our pump stations continues to be significantly lower than it was back in 2016. We were over $400,000 a year in 2016 and really started to look at why we were spending so much money with this chemical. And we're able to really kind of hone in on where we really needed it and when we really needed it to get that reduction, and continue to see that about $240,000 lower than what it previously was. And we actually have had additional pump stations come online this year from where we were last year, and still seeing quite a bit of savings. And I think a lot of that is also because we had a really wet year, so we don't need to use as much dioxide in a wet year. And then also glycerin, we're planning on saving $25,000 next year. And as we continue to go forward, this is a chemical that we were previously feeding at a lot of our package plants that Jeff Hall has been able to increase our operational efficiency and find that we do not need glycerin anymore. So I don't know, Jeff, if you want to speak to that any further.
We've been successful in 2 or 3 of our plants. Glycerin is a product that you add for demand in low VOD plants, low strength carbon plants, high strength ammonia plants. You need the carbon to make denitrification. So some plants you have to add glycerin. We were able to make some operational changes and do away with it in a couple of our plants successfully.
Great.
Do you want to speak to the phone contract as well, since that was your other baby?
The phone contract was, it was a leftover from when the county went to voice over IP. We had to have a couple phone lines for the fire alarm panels, and the contract that we had, the minimum that they would provide was 6 lines, and you only needed 1. So, we rearranged the phone lines in the phone contract so that we eliminated actually 12 lines, I think, in total, and just replaced them with 2 lines. So we end up with savings there.
Oh, great.
And then we plan to, we've done the new mixer project, but we'll see that electrical savings in the next few years as those mixers are obviously online for a longer period of time. We'll be able to start to see that, as well as with some of the improvements that are going to be done next year that'll allow us to start to realize that savings. And then Corey, do you want to talk a little bit about the contracted labor as well as some of the in-house projects that your crews are performing?
Sure. So as you see up there, with the skill set that we have in our maintenance department and our collections department, a lot of the contracted labor that we previously had done in years past, we're able to do that now. And you can see it's a cost savings of $140,000, which includes HVAC systems, for example. They can work on those units. Obviously, anything with Freon, we do hire somebody, but that's very minimal compared to a lot of our ventilation systems. So, as well as our building and grounds technicians have been licensed in chemical applications, so we don't need to hire anybody for that. As well as generator maintenance, which was a big investment or a big cost. If we take care of our generators ourselves, we're looking at a savings of almost $17,000 a year. So our guys can do that. About the in-house projects, this is an outlook of what we have coming up in 2020. If we rebuild a filter at OECC, if we do that ourselves, it costs us about $15,000 to do that. If we hire somebody, you're looking at doubling that to about $30,000. We have replaced diffusers and 3 aeration tanks in 2019 at OECC. We have a quote to do that. We did that in-house, but the quote we received from an outside contractor was for $11,900, so we're saving that money as well. And then we're looking to do that again in 2020 on another 3 aeration tanks. So in Alum Creek and upgrading 2 grinders, those are just more projects that we can save money by allowing our staff to do it.
So then to talk a little bit about the capital side, this is a slide that I created back in like 2016 and continue it on. But I guess what I'm trying to do with this is just show the projects that are ongoing over the course of these years. And then basically really wanted to just focus on the new projects. So you can see in 2020, this laundry list of projects a lot of them are getting close to construction. So it's going to be a very busy year, a couple of years for us here coming up. So in addition to these, we're also going to have an evaluation at the North Star package plant. That's going to be to figure out whether or not we could achieve seasonal limits and discharge to the stream versus only discharging to the pond. This is a project that we're doing in conjunction with Nationwide to potentially allow them to rezone some properties instead of spray fields. They would be able to build houses on.
Now, will we pay for that? Will Nationwide pay for that?
They're paying for it. We may pay for our portion that we need, but they're planning on paying for the majority of it. They're also planning on building us a lab at the plant next year, so we're excited about that.
We need to be dictating the evaluation, though.
Yeah.
They can pay for it, but it needs to be done the way.
They told us they would write a check, so we're handling it from there. Scioto Hills, looking at potentially doing an evaluation there because of high I&I in that area, but that'll be a pretty small evaluation. And then the larger projects, we have the Berlin Business Park Pump Station. Of course, that's a very important project. We're getting ready to go forward with design. Actually, we probably have surveyors out in the field right now looking at those alignments. And then potentially looking at an ODNR pump station. This would be a new project north of the city of Delaware. Mike and I met with ODNR, it's probably been 8 months ago at this point, to potentially, they want to look at taking a pump station or a treatment plant that's past its useful life offline, and they would like to build a pump station and pump that into the city of Delaware's system. So we've been in discussions with them about maybe getting a little bit larger service area up there, and just with a minor project to connect into the city of Delaware.
Yeah, it's at the state park. They have a package plant at the state park.
Oh, at the state park.
So
Yeah.
there would be some service area on 23 there north in that area that could be available, so.
So who's paying for the pump station? We are, they are?
They would need to pay for their portion of the pump station. Honestly, we didn't get very far with those conversations because ODNR doesn't work very quickly. We just recently heard that they hired an engineer, and we weren't even notified, but figured that we should have something in the budget just in case. So we budgeted a $25,000 study as part of this budget. So that's still up for discussion, but wanted to have some funds in there.
The city's okay with accepting it?
They were involved in the conversations, but we didn't get to the point of talking about how much or.
The city is, growth on the north side is not something that they're targeting right now, but to make it a viable lift station and service area, we had that discussion, so. This way we can get Bob Landmore land to be working on.
But if we put the pump station in, it'll be county sewer, correct?
It's gonna be in the county service area, so we're still working out those. ODNR is really, challenging to work through some of their processes. So.
But yeah, so we would potentially have some service area up there, but it would flow to the city of Delaware through an agreement. So there's a lot to work out in between here and there, and we'll obviously keep you guys in the loop. Very initial stages at this point.
I guess my observation, I don't know enough to even comment, but the users of our sewer, the people we have responsibility to, they have to be treated fairly economically because ultimately they bear the cost burden.
Yeah, agreed. And then the last project on there is the Home Road trunk sewer. So this project is just getting ready to go to construction. So we have the funds in there for building that project, which would eventually be repaid back through the TIF.
How much are you expecting on that?
I think the sewer.
Construction
is
cost.
2.2, is that right? 2.2 million for just the sewer alone. And then I just wanted to kind of tie this all back to the master plan and financial model. I just kind of took a snapshot out of our master plan with the projects, and you can see the significant number of projects going forward next year. I think we have a little over $30 million in there. And then as far as the financial model, we did update the model prior to putting this stuff in the budget to make sure that, it was all going to be funded appropriately. And, we're going to be looking at some debt issue in 2021 as well as 2024. And that's basically when we get our OECC project going next year. That's a very large capital expense. And then the other one would be eventually when we need to get the Central Elm Creek treatment plant moving forward.
And does this, you're not projecting any additional rate increases or tap fee increases beyond
Correct.
what has already been implemented by any of this?
Yeah, this would assume no further increases on anything in this model.
Other than what's planned?
That's planned, yes. Yes, so the 8,100 and then going to $39.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you've got a fair amount of cash on hand. You really think you're gonna need debt by 2021?
Well, the OECC project is a $35 million project. So I think with the number of pump station projects we also have going to construction, we're looking at $30 million in 2020, and then probably another, I can't remember what's in there, Gina, you might have it handy, another $20-ish million in 2021. So maybe that could be pushed. It just depends on how quickly all of these projects actually
Right.
get completed. Maybe it could be pushed out a couple more years.
Now, you say 35 million for the OECC?
Yes.
I didn't realize it was that much.
Yeah, so it's a pretty large project. We're looking at kicking it off in 2020 with design efforts. Also looking at potentially, I'll show you in a couple slides here, what we're gonna look at actually doing at the plant. But basically, we may do a progressive design build where we can get a contractor bought in up front and hopefully help kind of streamline that process and look for some cost savings ideas with them.
What about the Central Elm Creek plant?
So that's the one that would be shown out here in 2024. By redoing our hydraulic model to account for the Berlin Business Park to flow south, we've kind of realized we have a few years of cushion to kind of work with the Army Corps and get things moving with them.
So the pump station will get you through the next few years is what it amounts to.
Yeah, and it kind of helped us to balance out the financial model as well. Instead of having OECC and Central Elm Creek both happening in the next 3 years, it really helped to kind of push Central Elm Creek out a little bit further in the model.
But we have to be sure we can get that plant built, otherwise we could run into a bind down the road.
Yeah, yeah.
And we don't control all the walls in the air.
Yeah, we're
Primary.
working through that. Since we've completed the hydraulic model, we're now getting ready to go back into negotiations with the Army Corps. It took us a while to get that model updated. I mean, that's a very comprehensive effort. So now we're getting ready to sit down and meet with them and kind of talk about what our options are. I'll show you that in a couple slides of kind of just where we're at with an update as well.
It might be worth, I know we were planning, working with Raftellus, looking at the bonding in 2021. The county recently had an issuance which was, the interest rate, I think, was like 1.6%.
Yeah.
We may want to have some dialogue with them. If you maybe packaging some of the pump station projects, and I don't know. I don't know if you have the cash to pay for it, but is money ever going to be cheaper than right now? Just something to consider. I don't know if Brad, do we want to maybe I don't know if they're planning on issuing like 20 million in debt in 2021, but with the rates as good as they are right now.
Yeah, but I don't know if I like the idea of bonding just for sake of bonding, because we thought the rates were going to go up 2 years ago, and where are they?
Yeah.
So I think that's, I'd have to have a lot more reassurance than,
Yeah, I hate to make economic decisions based on where we think interest rates are going. Interest rate forecasts, that's so unreliable.
Especially if these potentially get delayed, then we're maybe even.
Oh,
further
yeah,
behind
that too.
anyways.
I mean, the construction.
I think everybody understands if there's a need to bond, but to bond on the what if, I don't think, that's hard to justify, my view.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've never, there are interest rate speculators out there, but I don't think county ought to be. And that's, so.
Okay, retract that.
No, it's a good thought, but again, interest rates go up, interest rates go down, and beyond tomorrow, nobody can really predict.
So this is the project that we're looking at out at OECC, and this would be kicked off next year, kind of with more of a preliminary look at things in 2020. First and foremost, what we're looking at doing is building a new headworks on the north parcel that's on the other side of this little stream that flows through the property. Currently, we have the south plant, which is here, the old north plant, which is here, and then we have, a little raw influent pump building here, but no headworks.
Where's 315? Let me get oriented.
Right here.
Okay.
So we've got that little pond out front,
Yep,
with
yep.
that, and then our CMF building is down here. So we're looking at building a new headworks, or just a headworks in general, because we don't have one at all right now, which will have screens and pumps, and pump into our aeration tanks. And then also, as part of this project, we want to do some aeration upgrades as well. Right now, we have some equipment out there that's beyond its useful life. We need some new mixers. I think we're also looking at some different RAS controls and some DO, and just a lot of upgrades that are really necessary if we're going to be pumping more flow into these tanks with some larger pumps at the influent building. So that project right now in our facilities plan is projected to be $35 million. And because of all of the coordination that we're going to need, between, the different process, different tanks and processes that we have out here, as well as some of the unknowns that we have with underground piping, and trying to thread a 48-inch pipe between existing tankage and an existing building, we really would like to get a contractor involved up front, which is why we're discussing, rolling this out as a progressive design build, where a contractor would actually lead the effort with a consultant on their staff to work with us through this project. So this is, I think we budgeted, is it maybe $1 million for next year, Gina, to kind of get this project off the ground.
You said 35 million total?
35 total.
That's like building a new plant.
That isn't, that's what I was.
And more.
Yeah.
So the infrastructure there is really of no value?
I would say what's in these tanks right now, yeah, it's past its useful life. And the fact that we don't have an influent, we don't have a headworks at all is a major problem. There's a lot of ragging and grit that gets through this little pump station here that was built in, I think, 1976. So yeah, a lot of this stuff is, it is really necessary.
It's increasing the capacity from what, is it 3 or 4?
4.5 to 6 as kind of the initial project, but then we'll be able to go from 6 to 9 it'll basically be a cheaper rate than another $35 million because we're kind of setting everything up to go to that next phase.
The buildings are going to remain, or they're going to change too, or
The buildings will remain, yes.
just put new roofs on them? I wanted to
They will remain, yes.
confirm that.
Was this, at this magnitude, was this in the capital plan?
Yep. Yeah, this was in the master plan and in the financial model. It really hasn't changed too significantly from the numbers that were in there.
Okay.
So what will the capacity improvement be? 10%, 20%?
So initially, we'll go from 4.5 MGD to 6, and then we'll be able to go.
25%?
So that'll be the orange improvements here and here. And then we'll be able to go from 6 to 9 with the blue improvements, which will be, I think that's another maybe, I can't remember if it's 15 or so million.
So Lower Scioto was a 1.4, and it was 35 million. So this is getting a 1.5, but the equipment is, it's shot. The membranes aren't in, all the mixers are out, it runs pretty poor.
So it's rehabbing as well as expanding.
Yeah, it is.
And like Tiffany mentioned, it's setting up for the future expansions to go to, the key is to be able to, in Olentangy, to go from 4.5 to 12 MGD on the same site.
So how long has this plant been in operation?
So this plant has been since, I believe, 1996. This side, 1976, but it was taken out of service in 1996 when this one came online.
Is that considered the useful life of 25 years?
For that equipment, it's probably well beyond its useful life for the inside equipment inside of those tanks. And you would see that this looks really nice from the outside driving by, but you go in and peek in the tanks and you can see it's time for some things to be upgraded. So then eventually we'll get to 12 MGD as the master plan identified the future build out of the OECC trib area.
That was the question I was going to ask. Do we need 12 million?
Eventually, yes, probably the 20-year build out, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on that one?
So you still have to keep this plant in operation while you're doing
Right.
the work. Kind of like building a road, it's
Yes.
going to cost more because you've got to keep the darn road open.
Exactly, and that's kind of the reason why we discussed doing a progressive design build, because, the best engineer in the world can lay out what they think it should be, but then you get a contractor that needs to figure out how to construct it, and then you start running into change orders. So it's really better to get that buy-in up front where they say, well, if I do this first, then this second, then I'll be able to more cost effectively do this third kind of thing, and get that, that viewpoint from a constructability standpoint up front.
You said increased capacity, then we're assuming there's enough growth upstream from there that capacity is going to be needed?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we still are seeing quite a bit going on up in that trip area.
Stating the obvious, but I want to be reassured.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, the challenge is the small little green one that's out of service, really that was a wasted project, back in the 80s, because to not set this up for expansion, that basically was mothballed. But it's gonna be brought back in service when we go to 12 MGD. Trying to get it to all of our facilities should be set up to be 3-4 times expanded easily. It's just with all the growth and stuff like that. This is a big chunk out of the gate because it was trying to take it, and make it more expandable. So you should go, if you get, I know you guys are busy, but you should, Tiffany's right. The plant looks great when you drive by. When you look inside, the aeration tanks look like mini wave pools at the beach, water park, and it's not operating the way. Elm Creek's set up a lot better long-term, even though there's some work going on out there.
So we're not going to have the same issue at Allen Creek?
No, well, I'll show you that slide next. So we are doing some work there.
Okay.
We don't have capacity issues. So the new mixers were installed in 2019, and you can see here what they look like. They're pretty nice looking before they get submerged in wastewater. Gotta hurry up and snap a picture before they fill up the tanks. That project was right around $4 million construction cost, and you can see here. I should let Jeff explain these slides because he was just so excited when he sent me these pictures through email. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, so one of the things that happens in the purpose of the mixer is to create a selector zone so that you can select out filaments in the initial part of the aeration basin. And you can see on the left slide is pre-invent mixers with our old semi-operational mixers that we were struggling with. You can see a lot of filaments in the biomass right there. And what that does is it prevents good settling in the clarifier. And you get a deeper blanket, you get solids overflow out of the clarifier. The slide on the right is from the same aerator. That you're looking at is actually a stock ciliate. It's a protozoa. It's a really good example of that. It's an indicator organism. It's not really the worker. That tells you that your clarifier is very healthy. But what you also see in that slide is no filaments. So the selector zone is doing its job. The filament can't survive. So when you go through the process in the aerator, get into the clarifier, you get really good settling. SVI, that's a measurement of settling in clarifier. That one on the left has got an SVI of like 240, and the one on the right's got an SVI of like 60. 60 is phenomenal. 100 is known as good in the industry. So it was really a good project.
It's beautiful.
It is.
Man, I'm glad I let him talk about that. And another thing that this allowed us to
You
do.
guys get excited about that, right?
Yeah, I was pretty excited about it.
SBI is 60? Come on, that's like.
And the most exciting thing probably to you all is that because of this project and this project here, which were absolutely needed regardless, it also allowed us to shut down our tertiary filters instead of what the EPA previously wanted us to do with upgrading those and building new ones. So this $8 million had to be spent anyways, but there was also going to be another $8 million after that we no longer have to spend.
You know how to get to us, right?
Right. And Jeff knows how to get to Mike, the SVI.
It's gonna be my screensaver.
At least now
Yeah.
what Mike dreams about.
So the clarifier and splitter box upgrade project, that will go forward in 2020. We're in the process right now of getting that CMAR consultant on board, or contractor on board. So that'll be kind of almost a hybrid of going with the progressive design bill where we get a contractor involved at 30% and start to use their ideas as we develop those design documents. And then an update on these pump station projects. We started these, back when we finished the master plan in 2016. We're just now getting to the point where we're ready to start bidding and constructing a lot of these pump stations, so we're gonna be very busy next year. Cheshire Pump Station, that is located at the corner of Cheshire and Africa Road. That's a brand-new pump station due to the useful life of the existing station, and as well as a capacity upgrade to allow for future growth in that area. That's getting ready to go to construction next year. Peach Blow Pump Station is, that's set to have a new location up near Evans Farm, right off of Old State Road. And that will allow the future growth of the Evans Farm as well as upstream developments to occur. We're getting ready to construct that as well. Hyatt's Road Pump Station is the brand-new station at the corner of Hyatt's and 23. That will allow some of the Hook properties, Berlin Meadows, some Evans Farm, all the way up to the City of Delaware service area to start to have some growth and development in that area. Also, Lower Alum Creek Pump Station, this is basically a second very large pump station that we need to be able to bring all of our flow from the west side of the Alum Creek tributary area into the Alum Creek treatment plant. Currently, we only have one that services the east side, and the area from the west flows over to that pump station, but we are starting to see some surcharge due to the development on the west side. So this was something that was identified as part of the master plan. Still working through design because it is a very large project. And then the Berkshire Township Pump Station, we're ready to go to design whenever we start to see things happening out there in that area in Sunbury. And then Berlin Business Park Pump Station, as we mentioned, we're going to get ready to hit the ground running as soon as they get zoning on that. And then ODNR, we budgeted a small amount for preliminary design for next year. So an update on Central Alum Creek. We did receive Army Corps feedback, and their feedback basically was that they wanted us, as part of their requirements to build anything that impacts their land, you have to first provide a study that shows them what other options do you have to not impact our land.
I thought that land belonged to all of us, but I guess I'm silly me. Go ahead.
Right, so what they want us to do is
Speaking common sense.
Right, I'll have no comments. But they want us to basically provide a memorandum that shows what other options do we have. It was kind of a step that we didn't necessarily fully develop in the beginning because there really isn't a good one. So we're going to go back through, jump through those hoops, and see if we can come to some agreement with them on what we want to build up there. That hydraulic model, obviously I've already mentioned that took us a while to update, and that was part of that evaluation to be able to show what those other alternatives are. So hopefully by, I would say early 2020, we'll be able to get something submitted to the Army Corps and in their hands for review, and then start that process. Any questions on that one? At Berlin Business Park, I think our models show that we could support about 5+ years of development out there, just depending on how quickly things progressed. That was kind of our
But that's a pretty
guesstimate.
thin margin of error there, if we get stalled by,
the Army Corps. Yeah, and that's why we're going to keep things moving. Now that we know what those numbers are and what we can take south, we know we need to keep this thing moving forward. So that's what we'll do early 2020. So I'm going to let Eric talk a little bit about the transfer station.
So currently, our fund balance is close to $2.2 million in cash. We're budgeting revenue for next year to be slightly up to $262,000. We're anticipating and we'll talk about that here in a second, but with the presumably a new operator that also does hauling. The final two proposers, Rumpke and Republic, they'll presumably bring more flow to the existing transfer station. And once it gets built, we expect flow to increase even more because you get more traffic through there. Our budgeted expenditures for next year are $256,000. About $95,000 of this is carryover from this year. There were a couple of things, and we've talked about this in the past, really being careful of how much improvements we do to the existing site. The big dollar amount is pavement improvements. The contractor's done a really good job of taking care of things, so we haven't had to do anything this year. We want to be careful we don't spend money that we're not going to need, depending on how that place is repurposed, or whatever happens to it next. We want to save that for the end goal, make sure we put our money in the right places. There's additional slight increase on consulting services through this, because we are going through a design, build, finance, operate contract, which is, I would say, definitely unique. I'm excited about the process. We had interviews yesterday with the two firms. Things went well. We were happy with the proposals. We have something in both directions I think we can work with. So hopefully we'll, I think here in the very near future, within the next matter of weeks, select and begin negotiations after yesterday's interviews.
That's a rendering of what Rumpke proposed that would be right along 42, out in front of the
That they're building?
existing. They would be building that, financing it, or having it repaid over 20 years from the flow that would go in there. And what did they, Eric, was it 4.2 million is what they're planning on investing?
Their build right now, without us, their proposal was 4.2 million to build the facility, and it's all enclosed inside. That lower floor is the tip floor. It's all indoors. Traffic flow would increase there, which is a major problem now for residents and commercial people. They can't get in and out fast enough. A basic facility, I think, compared to what we're used to building and dealing with, but you know, they're the experts at it and can drive it forward and make it, you know, profitable. And like Mike said, we have yet to negotiate, we have yet to select and negotiate. The idea would be at the end of the 20-year time period, you know, basically we would pay down their capital investment, or presumably buy the property, well, we own the property, but buy the facility for, you know, $1 or whatever the transaction, you know, minimal.
So there's nothing in the 2020 budget for the new transfer station?
That's correct. Yeah, they because of the design, build, finance, operate contract, those, essentially the transfer station does not cost the county any money. That's the way it is right now. It does not cost us anything. Right now, it's been set up for 7% of revenue off the operator. That contract, that relationship doesn't cost us anything. We actually are expecting $260,000 next year. The actual 20-year time period probably would not start until early 2021, early 2022, when they actually get the facility built operational. But they would take over operations soon, and we'll see those flows increase.
So we no longer get the 7%, that would go towards the,
We
would?
would still be
yeah.
able to get a surcharge. We asked them to put $3.50 in per ton as the county's surcharge, which was equivalent to 7%.
that would still come to us.
And then DKMM would get their,
They would still get their fees on top of that.
so this is a $4 million investment in the community to improve the service from a private.
Mike, I think Mike said the building's out at 42. Did I misunderstand? Is it back in that raw land that we looked at, this building?
So there's a couple different options. One is to put it just north, is that north? Just east of the existing one on the same site basically, but across that, the county engineer's access drive. On the other side of that, there's one proposal there. The second proposal is back behind the salt storage.
I don't care, I'm just curious. We went back to see that land because it was, the area that was being considered. From what Mike said, I had the impression that we were looking
Yeah,
different.
there's two options, yeah.
Okay, and I don't have a preference, I'm
I
just,
think the one out back is better from the trash logistics moving around. The one out front is nicer from a,
but if it's enclosed,
citizen-
it takes away.
yeah, it's a citizen, you know, if you want citizen recycling and stuff like that. The depressing point of the whole conversation is that the trash is what, $48 a ton, and recycling right now because of the commodities market's like $86. So you basically would pay more to recycle than you would to haul trash. So there's not a lot of incentive to recycle, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Any, yeah.
I guess, yeah, you answered my questions.
And we still,
Any-
I do have one, are we still gonna be looking at DCAM for some support on this financially, or is that, if the Republic or Rumpke are handling, are we kind of out of that?
The challenge is gonna be, and we talked about this yesterday, first of all, their formulas to calculate fees over the years are more complicated than anything, so we really need to understand. The gate rate is starting out what currently is, but there's collar rate escalate, I mean, you need a PhD in math to figure, we're going through that process right now to figure out what the actual costs are. The other problem is, right now, it's being financed by the private entity, so we need to make sure, in talking to Eric, whether we can, DCAM could come in with semi-government monies, or, we gotta get through all that bidding and, you know, how that would all work. But we definitely, there's been discussion, Eric, with Jenna. Jenna's looked at the facility. DCAM actually rotates where their office is located throughout the counties over time, and we're
They
setting,
moved it about 3 years ago, so.
we're setting up that office piece up front so that it could be there, housed there, you know, a lot of things.
What would happen to the 2.2 million sitting in?
Stay. So that's an enterprise fund, so that would continue to grow over time. This money for pavement that we budgeted and things like that, that would, I don't want to say it would go away, but our annual operating costs would be closer to 150,000. It would increase every year, kind of estimating 3% just for that kind of growth. That would be our input every year. But the facility, most of the facility, we would hopefully set our contract up to where they would be responsible for maintenance of pavement over time, and brand new concrete would last a lot longer. They were talking about ballistic concrete in the floor, so that would be the only floor we'd have to put in. We just put a floor in a few years ago outdoors, and it cost $270,000. That was 3 years ago, actually.
The challenge with that is, because they have to pay to haul this to a landfill, because we asked the question, you know, if we spent that $2 million and invested in the project to buy down the four, to try to keep the rates low, what did they say? It only changed the gate rate $2.50.
It wouldn't impact it.
Because they're paying
Per ton, you mean?
per million.
Per million, yeah.
So if we took the 2 million and invested in the facility, the gate rate may go from 48 to 43. Okay? Because they have to pay so much to dispose of it, there's not as much,
Yeah,
you
the
know,
economics have changed over the years.
it's a,
During this time period, the operating costs would be relatively steady, so we would plan on seeing an increase to that account over time to help provide us some security on the back end. If we don't make it to the 20-year time period under this contract, and we need to buy the facility in the meantime, and also plan for expansion.
That's what I was wondering, I'm not excited about just accumulating millions more.
Right, and that's what we talked a little bit about, maybe this goes back into the Citizen Convenience Center or the Recycling Center, doing something there that they haven't already accounted for.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
It's been
Yeah.
a great job.
Yeah,
A lot going on.
yeah, thanks for everything.
boy,
Thank
some of
you.
these
Guys are doing great.
projects a few years ago.
I know, right? Then left.
And our next budget session will be code
Code.
compliance.
Yeah.
So we will, yeah, let's take a 5-minute break then, and we'll come back for code compliance. Thank you. 5-minute recess. We will resume our budget hearings this afternoon with Fred Fowler, Director of Code Compliance.
Thank you. With me today to my left is Jamie Upchurch, who's our lead administrative assistant, and Wayne Matlack, our building official. And Tiffany may say a few comments, but we'll say she had a lot of comments the last period, so maybe not.
Welcome, everybody.
So I've given everybody a handout, one page, front and back, kind of summarizing or highlighting the budget that we have proposed. Currently, the Code Compliance Department, we consist of 20 employees, ranging in inspectors, office staff as far as plan review supervisors, and administrative assistants. We have 10 inspectors and 2 lead inspectors that are out on the road each day doing inspections. And just like to say we serve a diverse group or a group of people around the community, as far as homeowners, property owners, small contractors, large contractors, architects, engineers, and builders, so quite a variety. Our operations, most of our operations are kind of dictated by the Residential Code of Ohio and the Ohio Building Code. They lay out the rules for us, certain performance measures that we have to meet, such as plan reviews, both commercial and residential, within 30 days, and inspections within 4 days. The county, several years ago, took it upon themselves to create more stringent standards, which you've probably heard me refer to before, as far as residential single-family, two-family, and three-family to be turned around in 14 days rather than 30 days. The residential small projects, as far as home improvement projects, room additions, garages, decks, we aim to turn those around in 7 days. And then on the commercial side, we have a 21-day goal for plan review rather than 30. On inspections, our goal is to get them the next day. And for most of this year, we've been successful probably about 98% of the time on getting that accomplished. So we strive for good customer service, and the budget, the appropriations that we're asking for are there aimed at providing the resources to reach those goals. And with our budget and probably many other departments, the biggest part of our budget would be salaries and benefits. So we need the people to perform those tasks and to assist our customers. So that is our goal. So moving down your list, starting with revenues in the 420 account and the 430 accounts. These are accounts for inspection fees and permits primarily, the largest amount coming from 430. And this year we have seen commercial increase significantly. End of October, we're about 18% on commercial permits above last year. October saw many permits. So that has increased dramatically. Single-family homes have increased 7% from last year. Those other residential permits are down some. Your room additions and garages and home improvement projects are down, but the biggest part of our work, the single-family homes, is up 7%. Commercial's really moving ahead. So for 2020, we're projecting a 2.5% residential growth, increase in permits, and a 5% on the commercial side. Now, the residential is based on what we're seeing now, knowing what subdivisions are out there being developed in various stages through our activity with regional planning and also county engineer. Numerous, you all sit on the regional planning as well. You all know what subdivisions are out there and that they continue to be developed. So that's kind of helped us gauge our projections at 2.5% for residential. On the commercial, that goes along with the growth that we've seen this year. Plus, I think, as you're all aware, we have now taken on Liberty Township. And
That's right.
Liberty Township's a very active township for commercial. We have not had them for commercial since we became certified. So I have gotten some statistics from Liberty Township and POW. From 2018, they issued, I think it's 265 permits and performed 985 inspections during 2018. So that 265 added to probably the 750 commercial permits we issue this year will be a significant increase. So that will keep us much busier. And the commercial, be it projects through plan review and inspections, are typically more involved than the single family and the residential construction. So,
That was one of the things I wanted to get into a little bit, was the Liberty Township impact. 265 last year. That sounds like more than a 5% increase to the commercial plan base, or commercial work that you do. Is that, am I accurate in that, or is it?
I mean, being conservative with the 5%, there's a lot of unknowns there. I have learned more, I guess, since submitting the budget. There's a few more projects that we may not have been aware of when the
Department project, the Schottenstein Department project, and then the hospital. I don't know if the hospital will break ground next year or not, probably not. But.
And that I understand continues to be within the city of Powell. So we will not.
That's true.
We will not have any permitting responsibilities there.
That's right.
But, you know, the Schottenstein projects.
Other stuff going on up
Substantial. There's an assisted living project, I think it's 125 or 150 units going in the township that we will likely permit January, February, the way it sounds. We've had discussions with Schottenstein Group, and they are probably within the next 2 or 3 weeks submitting plans for the Liberty Summit apartment complex, which you're probably referring to. And then Liberty Grand, we may see that towards the end of next year, would be my guess right now. Anybody else has any more insight on that?
Do you, how much, it seems like when I've looked at historical, that the multifamily do generate a lot of commercial. There's also the Orange Grand as well. Is that reflected in the numbers as well?
Orange Grand, yes, that's reflected in this year's and looking forward. So, yeah. So you're right, it could be more than the 5% that we're projecting, considering those 3 or 4 projects we've just mentioned, and the timing of those projects.
Yes, right, yeah.
The Liberty Summit, I don't know how Schottenstein's developing that. I don't know if it has any, if Liberty, or the Orange Summit has any bearing upon the Liberty Summit project, and then the timing of Liberty Grand, and the number of units they'll have occupied versus starting with new ones, so.
Good.
Moving on to expenses. Starting with account 500, salaries. I went down and kind of itemized the various amounts and provide an explanation of some of the bigger increases in the code compliance salary. First line being the $38,000 figure, that would be the 3% projected wage increases. Second item being the 27th pay, $49,000. $16,200 for a commercial plans examiner wage range adjustment. We are currently recruiting for a commercial plans examiner, and your board approved the wage increase for that position, and that additional $16,000 is the addition to what we feel would be the recruiting point for a plans examiner around the $90,000 range. We are projecting the one new building inspector because of the growth. due to the growth we've seen in 2019, due to Liberty Township, and then the growth we plan to see next year. You'll see, under the new building inspector heading, you'll see a breakdown of the number of inspections that we are performing in 2019 above last year. So that's an additional 920 inspections we'll perform this year over the 2018. Then 2020, we're guessing we're going to perform about 1,200 Liberty Township commercial inspections. And then with the growth rates of 2.5% and 5%, that's an additional 1,380 inspections. So all in all, for 2020, we're projecting an additional 2,500 inspections that will be performed next year. And comparing that to what we're seeing with each individual inspector this year, that number is 2,350. So a little bit more than what the average number of inspectors performing this year. So if things are higher than 5% or so, we'll track that closely to make sure we're keeping up with the turnaround times and hopefully the next day inspections. Hopefully the numbers will indicate how we see it increase next year. Next item is a $92,000 figure. This would be the new Deputy Director of Code Compliance. At this time, I'm planning to retire in 2020. And right now, the plan structure in Environmental Services to add a Deputy Director. So that's that figure plugged into the Code Compliance budget. That's just a wash. If you retire, it would just be the person replacing you. Is that what you're talking about, or?
That's correct. I mean, there would be, right now, tentatively, there's planned overlap during that transition period, but part of my salary would be paid in 2020, plus any payout amounts that I'm entitled to based upon vacation on the books. And then the new
So is that
salary-
92, assuming some overlap?
Some overlap, yeah. And that 92 is projected at this time for 10 months. So that's something we haven't ironed out completely if that's needed for 10 months, 8 or 9 months. So that could vary a bit. Moving on to the next two items, both part-time intermittent inspector positions, one building and one electrical. And both these positions are positions that we have, so to speak, on the roster for this year. Earlier in the first quarter of the year, we did hire a part-time intermittent building inspector. That person served us for a short period of time, was also serving another community, and has since taken on more hours in that community and has been unable to help us. So we're going to move on recruiting for another part-time intermittent.
So question, I think you see just a full-time plus 2 part-time?
Intermittent inspectors, so
So if
those are
you're-
based upon workload, so not a continuous position.
If you're hiring the 2 part-time, wouldn't overtime go down rather than up? I assume you used overtime to offset those openings. If you have those openings filled, wouldn't overtime go down? And you're showing a $5,000 increase.
Showing a $5,000 increase in overtime, which would take it to the $25,000 amount for the year.
So my question is, you had overtime because you had 2 vacancies this year in the part-time. You didn't have the part-time. I assume you're using overtime to fill up that void. If you hired those 2 part-time, I would want to believe that overtime would go down, not up.
Potentially, yes, if we can get those hired and they can,
So you're counting it both ways. You can't count it twice. It's what you're doing. Am I making sense, or?
I understand your comment, yeah.
If you have one, you don't need the other, or you shouldn't need to increase it.
This year, just for example, this year, we're projecting to spend the $23,000 in overtime, which goes along with your comment as far as we're using that overtime instead of the part-time positions.
Right. So if we can hire those positions and they work what we're projecting to be potentially up to 20 hours a week for half the year, yes, we could reduce our overtime. But that's not how you reflect it in the budget.
That's correct.
You're, okay. So we'll correct that? Okay. And we already discussed the overtime, so again, this year, we had budgeted $20,000, I believe, and we're going to be around $23,000 with my projections for the end of the year. Any other questions on salaries? Okay. Moving on to benefits, they kind of go hand in hand with the salaries. Increases in PRS, workers' comp, and Medicare based upon 3% wage adjustments, and then approximately a $35,000 increase in health insurance coverage for those employees that were hired partway through 2019, the additional amounts for a full year in 2020, plus the proposed new hire that's on the books for at least requested appropriation for next year. Account 520, materials and supplies, we are able to decrease that by $9,400, primarily because this year we had additional appropriations for new equipment to help support our new permit software, the Track-It software. You probably heard from other departments. We have purchased new iPads and several computers that were out of date to support that software, so that amount can be reduced for 2020. And also this year, we saw a new code adoption. The Board of Building Standards adopted a new code, which we're mandated to follow, and that caused us to purchase new code books, so that expense can be reduced for next year as well. And then the last one, 530, services and charges, proposing to decrease that by 18% or $42,000, primarily because of the reduced need for outsourced inspections. In September of this year, we were fortunate to hire an electrical inspector. So now we have a full complement of electrical inspectors, so that has helped quite a bit. We were outsourcing those electrical inspections much of the year.
Where did the electrical inspector come from?
He came from Union County.
Union, okay.
And actually, I think he spent 12 years at Union County. Prior to that, he was working for Delaware County for about 4 years.
Oh, all right, got him back. Good.
So that has helped considerably.
Yes.
And we also reduced that for outsource plan review. As I said earlier, we are still outsourcing our plan review right now for commercial. Our goal is to perform in-house plan reviews, and we feel there's definitely a need for that to provide that level of service. But we have not recruited the right person and hired the right person. It has helped when the board approved the wage increase for the position. We've gotten a few more candidates in the door. We had an offer to one of them, but it just didn't work out for him, so we continue to recruit. We had an interview a couple weeks ago, and we're kind of tracking that person's progress on getting certified by the state before we can kind of talk further on possibly hiring him. So our hope is to have that person in-house. If we aren't, or if we need to dip into next year and continue outsourcing, we will be able to transfer money out of the salaries to cover that.
Questions?
What is the breakdown between, when you're going back to the revenue, what is the breakdown between commercial and residential revenue? 'Cause the numbers are combined in the budget.
Yeah.
Is it 60, 40, 50, 50?
No, our residential, it's pretty much 80/20, 80% residential
Okay.
still. And
In terms of dollars generated?
dollars and permits, yeah. It
Okay,
could
okay.
run at 80 to 82% on residential. And that number is slowly changing as far as lighter on the residential, but, and clearly I think we'll see that changing next year with bringing on Liberty Township.
Any other questions?
My only question, it's more of a comment. You know, I think, you know, particularly with your guys' budget, we need to be very, maybe not conservative, but on the revenue side, because if we are conservative on the revenue side and we're conservative on our expenses, you know, right now you're showing about a $350,000 gap, which shows that we would need to increase fees, okay, if it's going to be a self-sustaining. If our revenue comes in 200,000 more than we project and our expenses come in 200,000, then we would have been positive. So we just need to be really, you know, this is one of the budgets where I think we need to be a little bit, I don't want to say aggressive, but
Less
we need to
conservative.
be less conservative.
Yeah, because, I mean, year-to-date, we're running about $180,000 surplus. Revenues minus expenses, and yet we're, to Mike's point, we're budgeting a $376,000
It's
deficit.
a $500,000 plus turnaround.
Yeah, which isn't gonna happen. I mean, you guys just wouldn't manage that way, so. But when you're conservative on both sides, that's what happens to the bottom line.
And the comment I made earlier, we've learned more about Liberty Township since submitting the budget, so I think those revenues will comfortably can be increased, yes.
Yes, Brad?
Just to speak to total department costs in regards to positive and negative, should be noted that part of the department costs that I calculate in is capital expenses spent on the department, which obviously don't get paid out of the general fund. And then even though we don't charge this department the cost allocation plan cost, I attach that to the department because obviously that's the whole point of the cost allocation plan is to determine what costs and all these other things get attributed to this department. So right now with with the forecast expenditures that I have and an estimate on revenue based on prior year, I show that there being $13,192 is the positive in 2019.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, where'd your 180 figure come from?
Just the year-to-date numbers are 2.5.
Yeah, no, he's right in the general fund, but then if you add the roughly $50,000 in capital expenditures that we spent out of the capital funds on behalf of this department, plus the cost allocation plan costs, which are another $84,000, that basically eats up.
Yeah, but my point is, the year-to-date numbers are apples and to the 2020 year-to-date numbers. It's apples and apples.
Yep.
They aren't, those things aren't added in either side, in the schedule that is in our book.
No, I'm just saying that when we were looking at the code compliance fees, as a discussion point earlier, I put together a chart where I showed the total expenses of the department, including those other items. So I just want to make it clear that moving forward, that would be the determination used to determine if this department potentially needs to discuss fee increases because these other costs should be attributed to the department as well.
Sure,
Not
different,
just the general.
but that's a different topic. I mean, I'm just comparing 2019 actuals to 2020 budget for just their department level expenses and revenues. And there's $500,000 kind of swing because of the conservative budgeting on both sides. So,
But that is an issue. If you look at this, you'd say, well, we need to have a rate increase. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't, but I need to have more confidence in the numbers than I have before I can support that, because if the numbers are apples and oranges, it's hard to make that jump. And the building community would support it, I believe, if they think it's valid, but I think our philosophical contract with the builders 5 years ago when I lobbied to get an increase, was that we would be more efficient, 14 days you mentioned, and we would cover our cost. And so I just need to understand better, because obviously the next question is, should we raise our rates? But I got to trust these numbers before I can even have that conversation. So that's a challenge, a question, or observation, however you want to look at it.
And I will say, I do believe, I work very closely with Fred on his budget. We met multiple times and talked on the phone and so forth. I will say, at least on the revenue side, because obviously expenses are fairly easy to predict if you know what your salaries are going to be and so forth. On the revenue side, just rough, 2016, it was just under 1.6 million. 2017, it was just over 1.6 million. 2018, same thing. In 2019, we're tracking, basically matched 2019. He's added another $100,000 in revenue in 2020 over 2019. So I do believe that he is not being, I'm not saying there isn't some increase there to look at, but he was not conservative in his revenue going into next year, and adding $100,000, literally $100,000 more dollars than we've earned in the last 4 years. So, then once again, taking that Liberty Township into account. Well, you discussed other projects that maybe weren't included that we can add into that number as we continue to evaluate the budget.
And I guess help me not now, but help me understand why we need to add a person. In the 2 part-time positions that we went without, why do we now need to add them versus using contract? I'm not saying we shouldn't, but that's has a significant cost on the expense side, and I just need to understand that a little better.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And this concludes our code compliance budget hearing. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll start with EMS.
have a laser pointer on it?
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to our EMS session, budgetary session, and I shall turn it over to Director Official.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Director Official, Delaware County EMS. To my right, Assistant Chief Eric Burgess of Operations. To my left, Assistant Chief Jen Cochran. Administration, and also in the audience, Sheila, Office Manager. Glenn Keating, CQI Captain, and Scott Gano, Training Captain. In front-
These people are in the audience too. You want to introduce them?
Yeah, I do. Jennifer, Karen, Brad is absent. Dawn,
Patrick.
Patrick. At least I didn't call you Zach. That almost just happened.
Oh,
Not starting off well there.
You will. I did that as my mistake. I felt.
yeah.
In front of you, you have a detailed breakdown of our budget request along with the justifications that we submitted along with it. Today, I'm giving you an overview, a summary of our budget request, and given the opportunity for you to ask any questions that you might have of me or anybody on my administrative staff concerning our budget. So the vision for the 2020 budget, the 2020 DC EMS budget is a request for appropriations that meet the needs of our department and our mission. DC EMS is working to fulfill the vision of the commissioners to be the leading and premier EMS service in Delaware County and in the state of Ohio. To continue this upward trajectory will require large improvements to items that mainly fall under capital, training and education, medical supplies, and service deliveries. Our strategic plan. In 2019, we implemented a CQI and training captain positions, which is Scott and Glenn, or the two that filled those positions in 2019. When CAS came and did our on-site accreditation, they were rather impressed by what we were going to be bringing to the future of the CQI program here at Delaware County. At that time, we did not have those positions fully implemented, but they were able to see on paper what the outline for that would look like, and they were very well impressed with it. We increased medical director involvement. This is where we brought Dr. Pancho on from, I believe it was 12 hours a month to 30 hours a month. We started an EMS patient survey collection. We upgraded electronics to our fleet and training equipment upgrade as well. In the year 2020, what we'll be looking forward to is the creation of a shared position with the Board of Mental Health that would place a mental health clinician and a DC EMS paramedic in a vehicle to respond to mental health crises in the county. Hiring EMT basics versus paramedics as a third person on an ambulance, we'll do that as our staff continues to turn over. In the next 7 to 10 years, we will see a very large retirement and attrition rate within our department, and so we'll be able to fully implement the three-person staffing model that each of you saw and agreed to as it pertained to placing EMT basics on the ambulance. Also in next year's strategic plan was increased training and leadership development for DC EMS employees, the mandatory rescue task force training, and upgrades to internet at our stations with low or intermittent connections to allow for online training, research, and staff development, and upgrades to our DC EMS fleet. Any questions about the strategic plan?
CQI.
Stands for Continuous Quality Improvement.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions about the any of the bullet points there? All right. The achievements that we saw in 2019 was the Mission Lifeline Gold certification, which is through the American Heart Association. Mission Lifeline Gold is the highest rank you can get. You can add a plus to that when it involves stroke level care as well. And this year, obviously, we'll seek out to achieve that this year. We got our CAS accreditation reinstated for another 3 years. When the on-site reviewer was here, he sat down with myself, Administrator Fromer, Chief Burgess, and I believe you were there as well. and he gave us a lot of accolades, a lot of kudos. He ranked us in the top 5 EMS services that he's ever reviewed. The gentleman had been doing EMS on-site reviews for roughly 20 years. He said he does anywhere between 15 to 18 a year, and he said we were the top 5 of any EMS service he's ever reviewed. So that was a great bit of feedback to receive from him. With the new EMS survey program that we've implemented, we have come back as being ranked number 1 in the state of Ohio in customer service. The feedback we're receiving from this company is that out of the gates we're doing extremely well. Typically they see a lower number and then an agency will work to improve the number. We had high numbers right off the bat, so they were very impressed with what we were able to get back in means of feedback from our customers and the public that we deal with on a daily basis. Also this year we had research submitted and accepted at national EMS conferences through EMS World and the National Association of EMS Physicians. And like I touched on earlier, we had dedicated training and CQI department created this year. Any questions on achievements? The DCS mission statement is to improve pre-hospital outcomes through a unified system-based approach to comprehensive and innovative care while becoming an industry leader in patient care and the development of healthcare providers. This year we adopted a motto. The agency voted on it system-wide, and what we came up with was our motto would be committed to community. And therefore, we thought long and hard about this motto and how does it correlate to what it is that we do at DCEMS. And what we came up with is every decision our organization makes is made with the community we serve in mind. Our motto is a reminder of our commitment, and every decision we'll ask ourselves is to stay true to our promise of commitment. So going down into some of the line items. FY 2020 shows an increase of $896,000 in compensation for, as an increase in compensation. The reason for it is as follows. The CBA increase has a mandatory 3%. There's a 27th pay period in 2020 that accounts for another 3.7%. There's an increase in the CBA in regards to longevity. And this year coming will be the first complete year of a full admin team and their salaries. 2019 saw the majority of the year without most of the individuals that you see in front of you in this room right now. Also has adopted the increase due to the above numbers. There's also obviously an increase applied to OPERS, Medicare, and benefits. And this has the transition of field captains to battalion chiefs built into the budget as well. Any questions about compensation?
Yeah, the one change though, just to confirm, we originally had director and a chief. When the chief left, we're not filling that position.
Correct. Capital purchases, we have a total capital request of $1,028,000. This will include 2 ambulances with the power load system and radios installed. Each one of those ambulances are a total of $255,000. This is to replace multiple high mileage ambulances that are constantly in repair status within our fleet. We have at any given time 3 to 4 ambulances that aren't even able to move without significant money being poured into them for their repairs. So along with replacing ambulances, we are going to trade in old ambulances as well, which will cut the cost of that a little bit, and it'll get old costly ambulances out of our fleet. Also, we are asking to staff 1 staff SUV to replace a 2009 Ford Explorer that we still have in service today. We're asking for the Cradle Point systems in all fleet vehicles, which allows for AVL capability. With the county going to the new system-wide dispatching system, one thing that's been heavily talked about is AVL for all the transporting ambulances in the county, all have AVL reporting. This is what we need in order to do that, is the Cradle Point hardware and software in our ambulances. This is what provides the Wi-Fi and feedback directly to the comm center so that they know where our ambulances are at all times.
AVL then,
Advanced vehicle locators,
Okay.
so that that's what we're going to be using, the county will be using to send the closest ambulance to the call. That's what we'll need to put in the remaining ambulances that don't currently have it. Also, fiber internet upgrades at multiple EMS stations to allow for modern internet speeds. Currently, we are transitioning to a mobile and online platform of EMS training. We have multiple stations who have trouble connecting to the internet, and extremely slow speeds are present. Currently, most stations cannot accurately report on supplies usage as well, because the internet will not send the information back to our software. So there's an accountability issue and an efficiency issue when it comes to supplies as well there. We're also asking for 12 mechanical Lucas CPR devices to replace our current CPR devices that are in need of an upgrade.
Jeff, the $1,028,000 total request, the first item is 500,000, let's say. So what's the other 500,000?
So the staff SUV is 55. The Cradle Point is roughly 35. The fiber internet upgrades are around 300,000. That's a big cost, a fiber internet upgrade. And the Lucas device is 135.
Have you talked to Steve Lewis about that fiber internet?
That's who I got the quote from.
Really? 300,000?
The majority of the cost is the labor it's going to take to supply it.
Yes, some of the stations are right near fiber, but some are really remote. I mean, their costs range from, I think some of the easier ones were like 5,000, some of the tougher ones were like 50,000. And they were even looking, I think, potentially at aerial runs instead of underground. So, got some remote stations.
that was 300,000 you said about for the
I
fiber?
can pull up the exact quote. If you want to,
I've got it here.
oh, you do?
$297,986 to Mike's Point. 5 of the stations were $40,000 or more, and the remainder were, obviously much closer to fiber. The most expensive being 4095 State Route 203 in Radnor, at station 70,000, and then the least amount was $6,200 for the station 6457 US Highway 36 West in Ostrander.
Most everything that healthcare is transitioning to involves the need for high-speed internet. Most everything is online, most everything's mobile. And for us to attempt to implement these items without the crews that have the ability to do that is going to be extremely difficult. I've been at the stations while they're trying to connect and do online training or online reporting, and it's frustrating to watch that thing just spin and spin and spin while we're requiring things of them that they simply can't do.
Yeah, I know some of our stations, though, are in rental locations, like the Genoa station. So I don't know if that is included in, I don't know how their reception is there. I would think it's pretty
That one's
good.
like a Time Warner or something.
Yeah,
I would think they might.
Stations that are on the list, there's 6 stations. Stations 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. Those are Lewis Center, Radnor, Ashley, Ostrander, Galena, and Delaware.
Okay. So, yeah, 7 isn't in there, so it's, okay. Yeah.
7 uses AT&T for their internet.
Okay.
Some of the rented ones, the ones that we share.
There's some,
Medic
Berlin.
10 we pay a lease on, Medic 3 we pay a lease on. But the
Orange.
majority of these are buildings we own that
Okay.
our ambulances are in.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the remaining ambulances have decent internet service.
Okay.
The other thing to add on to what Jeff said, when you look at their staffing is, they can't just hold a meeting here and have everybody come in. it's really difficult to do that. To do training on off days when people aren't on duty, you have to pay them overtime. So I think over time, it's a real logistics thing to be able to, that you guys do don't you do a Zoom meeting where you guys all get on and talk to Dr. Panchel instead of, so having the remote stations be manned creates some challenges, and without having the fiber connectivity to.
We use Zoom for quite a bit. Dr. Panchel for different committee meetings. And for, it's not uncommon for you to log in and then see the Radnor station can't log in, which is difficult when we're attempting to hold a meeting. So,
Yeah.
or when Dr. Panchel's attempting to do some sort of education. So. Any other questions about the capital purchases? Medical supplies, we are looking at roughly a $70,000 increase to medical supplies this coming year. The reason for this is in previous years, when DCEMS would transport to a hospital, we would restock a significant amount of supplies from the receiving facility. In order to comply with federal standards and avoid potential fines and fees, this had to stop, it had to change. There's a violation of laws that occur with that sort of thing. So when I got here, I put an immediate into it, and then we did see obviously an increase to our supplies request in our supply budget. So unfortunately, this change is going to be permanent. We're always going to have an increase in supplies costs unless there's some sort of rules or standards change at the federal level. So it's really sort of difficult for us to accurately tell you what this is going to cost us next year because we really only had 2 or 3 months to go off of when we were trying to calculate this. So we're hoping that we went a little high and that next year I can come back and tell you that we didn't need that much money. That would be the hope. We just didn't want to undercut it and come back and ask for more money at the end of the year. So $70,000 as an increase is what we are needing this year going forward in our medical supplies, and that's IVs, IOs, CPR bands, that's medications, narcotics, that's everything we use to treat an ambulance or treat a patient and stock an ambulance. Any questions about the medical supplies? Next year we'll see a decrease of 43,100. That looks
1,000.
Don't pay attention to that one.
Oh.
But still, I could have sworn I got rid of that too. But it still accounts for an approved source point personnel that was actually approved in last year's budget. We did attempt to fill that this year. The individual that accepted the position rescinded their offer, so we are back out on a search.
Shoot.
Nonetheless, we're still moving forward with SourcePoint, and we will be, they're holding interviews right now to fill that position. And then also, this accounts for the wellness and fitness contracts moving forward for our staff.
Okay.
Is there anything you wanted to speak on with the wellness and fitness?
We're excited about bringing in a physical wellness into Delaware County EMS to keep our employees healthy and happy so that they can care for our residents and our patients.
And then some of the items that fall under that that we're looking at are potential, what was the word?
Exercise physiologists.
Yes, exercise physiologists going forward, nutrition planning, stuff like that. Try to have a healthier, happier workforce.
A newsletter for our employees with healthy eating.
Great, yeah, yeah.
Any questions about? Training and staff development. Next year we'll see an increase of $61,240. $40,000 of this is for rescue task force training, which is now required by the state. I'm going to ask Eric to inform you of what the rescue task force training is. This is going to be his project moving forward.
The rescue task force training is, you'll know that there, a lot of the fire departments have that training already, and this is the Division of EMS requires an awareness level of this training in order to renew your your EMS certifications in the state of Ohio. So this kind of builds upon that a little bit and gets us some hands-on experience if we have to deal with an active shooter situation or something like that. It gets our staff prepared to manage those situations, puts them in very stressful situations in a training scenario, so that to try to prepare them for in case a real-life situation would happen within Delaware County. So this would get us up to the level of other agencies in the county, so.
5,000 of next year's training costs will be for the Just Culture Leadership Training. Another 5,000 will be for the National Association of Counties Leadership Training. These items are for a total of 50,000, are a one-time cost that we'll see next year. Rescue Task Force Training, Just Culture Leadership Training, those aren't recurring costs that we'll see yearly. The remaining amount accounts for an additional 11,240 increase in education and leadership development due to courses and conferences for our EMS staff and our leadership team to further their education and grow as leaders. Also, travel increased by 13,900 to coincide with the increase in training and staff development. Any questions about training and development? Rental services, you'll see a decrease next year of 67,000 in our rental services. For 2019, they were projected roughly 67,000 above what we ended up needing. Looking at historical figures, it's safe to reduce the cost by 67,000. I couldn't find a reason. Sheila and I looked for a reason to see why it was so high. We couldn't find one. Historically, there wasn't one, so it was reduced this year, or going next year. Maintenance contracts for next year. There's an increase of $12,000 to account for the maintenance contracts for the stretchers, cardiac monitors, AEDs. These contracts are required to hold our CAS certification. So really this is just staying in line and within standards of CAS accreditation. You have to show proof of maintenance, proof of records of it. The maintenance on our fleet next year, we'll see a decrease of 10,000. With that, the reason why I'm accounting for a $10,000 decrease is we aim to trade in 3 of our older ambulances that we commonly see in the shop, bring in 2 new ambulances, and naturally that'll occur for a decrease in the maintenance cost. Next year's revenue, we project an increase of $100,000 over the 2019 receipts. That's it. Any questions on?
Yeah, question on revenue. Is that revenue, I assume that's soft billing?
Yes.
The vast majority of it. And how are your run and transport numbers increasing from year over year?
We are,
last couple of years, what have been the percentage?
we're about right on pace of what we've been the last 2 years. We'll be in the ballpark of 58 to 5,900 calls for service this year, and I think we'll be in the ballpark of around 3,000 transports, and that's about right on.
But what percentage change is that from the previous year?
Not much change at all. We maybe 2% increase over previous.
I thought we were increasing more than that.
We're actually not increasing more at this point. Now, I just looked today, and the numbers are starting to come up a little bit. So it's we finished the statistics from last month, we were about a 2% increase over last year. So
one thing we saw at the closure of Lewis Center Road, one of our busier ambulances, and this is going to account for some of the lower volume this year. One of our busier ambulances, Medic 3, their call volume, it was more than cut in half because of the length of time that Lewis Center Road was down for construction. And then when it opened, we saw them go right back up. So I think it's probably safe to assume it'll be around 3% at the end of the year. The thing with this county, however, is because of the high amount of commercially insured individuals within this county, that affects, a 3% increase affects us at a higher rate than it would, say, a county in a more rural population that might be more based off of Medicaid, Medicare providers. So it's safe to assume there's going to be an increase in revenue next year based off of that amount.
You said there were 5,900 calls for service, and then the transports, what was the number you gave, Eric?
We were about 2,600 at the end of November. Yes, through 2019, or through October, we were around 2,600 transports.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? That goes too for the calls for service through October, is that?
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
I just had more of a
Sure.
comment. You know, I think that, you know, the partnerships that you guys have been working on with the sheriff's office, also mental health and recovery, and SourcePoint, you know, really are cost-effective ways to provide service to the residents, kind of sharing the costs and splitting those. The tendency sometimes is for an organization to hire somebody to take care of a task, and I want to commend you guys for looking at those partnerships, because it really spreads stuff out, so.
Well, and the pre-hospital care board too, yeah, working together, yeah.
How does the mental health board person work with our crews? I mean, you can't have a mental health person in all stations all the time, and that's not realistic.
I'll let Chief Cochran answer. She's working with, she'll be on the lead of that project.
I've had discussions with the Board of Mental Health and Deanna Brandt, the director, and we've discussed different models of how we could do this, whether it was law enforcement based or EMS, or we all work as a team, and we actually started collaborating with the city to try to create something. It's still in the works, but it would be where we would go and pick somebody up from one of the 4 vendors that the Board of Mental Health uses, and we would take them to the scene. And sometimes our SourcePoint liaison would also be able to be utilized depending on the situation. Unless the crew decided, obviously, that they need to go to the emergency room. But that whole process would be to prevent people from being taken to the emergency room and sit there and wait for hours for somebody to come in to take care of them.
Right, I've heard stories that is part of the problem without the proper mental health counseling there, and there's, you know, where do you take people, and then like in emergency room, and then they sit, and then it's just gets worse from there.
Would Helpline be one of those potentially?
Helpline, Southeast Mental Health, Mary Haven, and Centero.
Oh, great, thank you very much for working on that. Very forward thinking. Any other questions? That's it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Lewis, real quick, for this year, we
Sure.
have 4,764 calls. That's through October, and 2,668 transports through October.
Okay, okay. Thank you. 12,670 calls?
4,674 calls,
Okay,
2,668 transports.
got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We will now resume our budget session with Bob Lamb, our Director of Economic Development, and his sidekick, Zach.
Sidekick.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before you, we just wanted to walk through the proposed 2020 budget for the Economic Development Department. On the first slide, what you'll see is how we've restructured the programs in the Economic Development Department for 2020, focusing on 4 new key areas. Delco Ready, which was the program that you launched at the beginning of the year at your annual luncheon, focused on site and corridor positioning. Delco Invest, looking at business attraction, business retention expansion, and workforce programs. Delco Smart, community action plans. This is where we're working directly with the townships and villages in the community to help them develop a plan for the growth that they are likely to oversee over the next 10 to 20 years, working on key benchmarks and action steps that they can undertake to position them to be successful in growing in the manner that they wish to do so. And then Delco Engage, which is our community engagement both through social media, business events, and is really the overall item for the new Develop Delaware campaign, which is our social media approach to trying to heighten the understanding of economic development in the community and what it can do for specific communities. Over the past few years, we've seen a lot of growth within the county and opportunity to leverage that growth for infrastructure investment. Approximately $205 million in TIF projects have been carried out with the support of Olentangy schools over the last 2 years. In 2018, we saw over 3,000 jobs, new jobs created in the county. Of that, 1,100 were directly tied to projects that either our department or the DCFA participated in.
How do you get that 3,221 number?
That's based on the census data that was available at the end of last year. Under the new jobs, in 2019, currently we're at 1,482 that are directly tied to DCFA or the Economic Development Department. And I'm actually happy to let you know today that it looks like Next Tech Materials, that is a R&D facility in the Lewis Center area, is looking like they will be going forward with their expansion, 10 new jobs, which is about a 22% increase of their workforce, average salary approximately $70,000, as well as an investment in their current location. One Columbus and us have been working with them over the past year or so on several different opportunities, and it looks like this one will go forward before the end of the year. So we're excited about that.
Great.
Congratulations.
Finance authority revenues are up. As you know, in 2016, there was approximately $32,000 in the bank. At the end of 2018, about $1.3 million in the bank. Estimated 2019 revenues, and we are on track to hit that. Today, we did move forward with the Liberty Summit sales tax exemption certificate, and the approximately $120,000 owed to the DCFA check should be cut this week. Estimated 2020 revenues are about $1.4 million, and that's based upon projects that are currently in the pipeline that we're working on that we believe will come to fruition. So there are currently about 38 projects in our pipeline. This is based upon approximately 8 of those closing within the time frame. We believe that's a realistic number. Of course, we don't control it at the end of the day, but we think based on what we've seen on past projects, we have every likelihood of seeing that occur.
No new projects, though? It's just the 38 in the pipeline, no new ones coming in, being considered into that $1.4 million number?
Correct. That 1.4 is solely based upon projects in the pipeline that we believe have a realistic chance of closing in 2020. One of the key things that we wanted to highlight was how significantly the Finance Authority's ability to contribute to economic development has changed over just the last 2 years. The 2020 budget that was approved by the Finance Authority is approximately $850,000 for activities. Some of the major changes from past years is, as you know, last year they began to provide financial contribution to the county for economic development services. They were paying approximately $4,000 a month. They have doubled that number for 2020 in their budget. They will be contributing $96,000 direct payment to the county for 2020. They've dedicated $300,000 to the Delco Ready program, mostly focused on the Berlin Business Park project, $12,000 for Delco Smart, $150,000 for the corridor study programs that will be going, mostly focused on 23 corridor. Legal, they're carrying a support of $24,000 a month, and then marketing, $48,000. The key to that is they've broken off half of that $48,000 for county economic development activities, and then also travel expenses as well that they cover for staff for training and other opportunities. Approximately, this leads to about $130,000 to $140,000 a year that the DCFA is contributing directly back to economic development activities in the county. That number doesn't include the different programs such as Delco Ready or SMART. And I think that's important because when we look at it, that cost is basically covering the expense of the administrator position that you created last year. So, as you can see by this slide, there's been significant change in the budget over the years. In 2017, it was just over $300,000. We are proposing for 2020 a budget just over $900,000. The key drivers of that increase over the years is increase in staffing. We're twice the size we were in 2017. And then for this year, a major driver of that is the 23 corridor study. We have looked at a lot of different ways in which we can grow successfully, and a major driver of that growth is going to be along the 23 corridor. So we believe investing in that corridor is a key item for us to be able to handle growth as it occurs. Budget increases are again broken down here, highlighting under the professional contracted service area, the 23 corridor. And then we did reduce in areas, especially where the DCFA was willing to partner with us on. So you'll see reductions in legal services as well as public relations, almost $23,000 in total, and just in those line items, basically $20,000 of that reduction.
Back to the budget increases, the professional contracted services, $34,000. What would that be spent for?
Yes, so currently in the 23 corridor, we're looking at what could be approximately as much as just over $200,000 in needed services. That would be design guidelines, planning, marketing, and TIF and financial analysis for the corridor. All of those with different providers totaling that just in excess of $200,000 number.
And then that's in addition to what the Finance Authority is planning to spend.
Correct. Some of it would overlap and partner up, and that's one of the reasons why I do feel like there's approximately $100,000 in the contract and service that, depending upon how the 23 corridor communication and branding campaign is received, may or may not be needed in 2020. It's just going to depend how quickly does that campaign get off the ground, how quickly does it build momentum with our partners such as Orange Township, Liberty Township, City of Delaware, Berlin, Troy, and then all the private sector parties that need to partner with us on it. We have received a lot of positive feedback from those individuals. In fact, one of the conversations that I had just the other day was with the new director for the CVB, Destination Delaware. They are budgeting $10,000 to help with the 23 corridor study. Good. We've also heard that other entities are stepping forward. Steve Kuckler, who will be here later, is looking at how to help support the 23 corridor through Delaware Now. Again, financial contribution to the studies going forward. So there are ways in which I see those costs being reduced by the county and making it a true partnership effort with a lot of the local providers. Again, being why I can't tell you for sure if all of that funds will be needed in 2020, based both on individuals wanting to partner with us, and if they do so choose to partner, the amount of funds they'd be willing to contribute to that activity.
It's good. I was gonna say, it's just good that the people that are part of that corridor participate in the study and help funding it.
Yep.
They're all gonna benefit.
Oh, no, it just, not to steal Steve's thunder, but, the whole branding of 23, and the feeling about that, not being an underutilized asset that might be nearing its useful life in some areas already with some of the big box that remain. And, there's a lot of different things. It's a very challenging corridor. There's 4 townships that all connect, and there's just going to be a lot of things that make that a little bit more challenging.
And you'll see in the presentation overview that June 6th is the target date for having everything completed.
Oh.
And,
Yeah.
and that was something that Mr. Cuckler felt was the appropriate target date.
Yeah.
So the budget created is based around that need of trying to hit that June 6th date. Until we really get out and start that engagement with the partners, I don't know if that's a realistic time frame or not. And so that is why the budget is built to deliver by that date, but I do not know if it's possible nor if all the funding will be required if there's not the full support and buy-in that we are hoping to see.
And this is a bigger effort, but it's very similar to the Berlin Business Park study that you undertook the year before.
Yes.
And you can kind of see how, also your services and charges also is what has funded the cellular program that we've done and just all the different, JED creations, different things of that nature, so.
And, this is a very similar endeavor to what we did along the 36-37 corridor. The difference being that was 2 townships that we were working with in conjunction. This will be 4 townships and a city. Also included in the service for next year is additional work on Berlin Business Park, again, complementing that money that the DCFA is putting forward in that endeavor, as well as some other studies addressing workforce and housing issues that the county is currently facing.
Okay.
Very quickly, we see the key initiatives for next year from an economic development standpoint to be the Berlin Business Park, the 23 corridor, as well as specific target sites throughout the county that we'll be working with to hopefully be able to address some zoning incentive and possibly some utility analysis, better positioning them for commercial growth. In Delco Invest, as I said, business retention and expansion, we are moving forward with the CRM program to better help on that side and better serve the business community. Business attraction efforts are up. We're working closer with One Columbus and Jobs Ohio. Again, the Next Tech being an example of that partnership growing. And then, as I just mentioned, transportation and housing studies along with workforce. In Delco Smart, we're currently talking with both Liberty Township about establishing a plan. We are working right now with Ostrander and Harlem on development plans as well. Zach's been a key part of those conversations and initiatives. And then Delco Engage, 23 corridor branding, public stakeholder meetings, and as I mentioned earlier, that Develop Delaware County, again, an item that Zach is driving forward on. Each of the team members have specific areas that they're focused on, with the administrator working mostly on Delco Ready and the coordinator on business attraction and business retention.
And the Delco Smart, you're actually going to the different townships that you're working with, and which is great.
Yeah, we're going to, each one who wants to participate with us and working with them 2 or 3 at a time, and then delivering, as I said, an action plan that's 12 to 15 pages long, that's usable and can be tracked to determine, are you successfully hitting those benchmarks that you established?
Great.
Yeah, those are really important. I know Ostrander, I've had several conversations with the leadership out there, and they're very excited about it, and they really want to plan their future, It's great.
Yeah, they've been wonderful to work with. I think we have another meeting on the 2nd. So, moving quickly, we want to make sure they have these plans in place because we know the growth isn't stopping.
Could you formally introduce Zach, please?
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah.
This is Zach Dolly's Economic Development Specialist. He joined us about 4 months ago, right? He was he graduated from Ohio State in May, and he's been a great addition to the team, really jumped in and started taking hold of things. He's running with the social media campaign. He's been a critical aspect of the Delco Smart program. It was a great land for us.
Oh, great. Thank you, Zach. Okay,
Question I
questions?
have, just the contributions from Finance Authority, are they reflected in these numbers?
In the proposed county budget?
Is it under the revenues? I don't know.
Yeah, the 100 and some thousand that the Finance Authority is going to reimburse the county.
That goes, I believe, into the general fund, not back into my budget line item, so it would not be shown.
Okay. So it's not netted out of your salary?
So could you just have maybe a note at the bottom that nets that out, just so we know what the actual, as a footnote or whatever?
Yes, of course, we highlight it in the slideshow, but Brad, is that something I can add as a footnote in?
Yeah. No, we can take care of that.
It'd be good to see what the net number is.
This kind of leads into another discussion about the possibility of this, frankly, staying as a special revenue fund is a bit confusing. This actually would be a department that more appropriately would be part of the general fund and not in a special revenue fund. Special revenue funds are set up to accept, as the name implies, special revenues, and there's no special revenues going into this fund. The primary funder of this by far obviously is the general fund. Other revenues that are coming into this fund could easily just be going into the general fund and so forth. So in all fairness, we do have a lot of back and forth going on between this fund and the general fund that are really frankly unnecessary unless you really, really want this to be a special revenue fund. I do think it's worth noting because there is actually no special revenue going into this fund. Maybe there was at some point in the past. I have to research that. But technically, and obviously, hopefully the state auditors on this, this actually can't be a special revenue fund unless it's got special revenue going into it. By law, like it can't be a 200. So those are some, so in other words, that would get us out of the whole kind of footnotes and different transfers and things that would just be out of the general fund, the revenues would go into there, and would be treated similarly to EMS. You know, like they would have their own revenues that they would be responsible for and report to you on a budget level, but you wouldn't have the interfund transfer.
I think this does show 48,000 in the intergovernmental, which I'm assuming was the original
That was-
4,000.
Yeah.
And that would be bumped to 96 based on.
And it should be noted that the 4,000 only started towards the end of the year. Previously, it was a lower amount, I believe 2,000 at the beginning of 2019, so the amount contributed over the course of 2019 would not have equaled 48,000.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. We will recess, well, let's see.
Do we have to, is this quarter study is really not part of the budget, is it?
This is
Okay.
the last of the scheduled budget.
This is the last of the scheduled budget hearings?
Is it going to be a work session for the corridor, or?
Okay,
So is it a point in
Okay.
time to start that, or can we start that?
whenever Steve's,
Yeah, we didn't, okay.
yeah. Okay.
I would like to thank the commissioners for closing out with the best, though.
You're most welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You were earlier, we just moved you back.
I will now adjourn our 2019 budget hearings.